Good evening, everyone. This is the Puyallup City Council meeting for July 22nd. It's now called to order. Would you everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to thank everyone for being here this evening. It's a beautiful evening. With that, I'd like to have the clerk please call the roll.
Councilmember Dort.
Present.
Councilmember Adler.
Present.
Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Whitting.
Present.
Councilmember Gilliam.
Present.
Deputy Mayor King.
Present.
Mayor Kastema.
Present. At this time, it's a tradition here in Puyallup that we scan the audience for students who happen to be in the Puyallup School District or other school districts, young students who are here, and I think we have someone right down here. And if you would like to go ahead and stand up, introduce yourself, that would be wonderful.
Hello, my name is Owen. I go to Fruitland Elementary.
Excellent. Owen, thank you for being here. We acknowledge the youth because, frankly, they are the future leaders of this community. We like to prove to be good examples for them, so we appreciate them, and they're welcome at any time. So anyway, you can go ahead. If you happen to have a child or a grandchild, feel free to bring them to the City Council meetings. With that, we're now going to move on to item number 1, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Excellent. We'll go on to number 2, consideration of minutes. 2A is the approval of the June 3rd, 2025 minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's move on to 2B, approval of the June 10th, 2025 minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. We now move to why I think most people are here today, citizen comments. I have a book up here, citizens who wish to comment. We look forward to that. I would encourage everyone who would like to speak to fill out one of these forms, hand it to the clerk, and then he'll go ahead and give it to me, and we will put it in the order that it is received. We do make some exceptions if people have particular situations that require that they move up in that. And with that, I'll go ahead and have Dan, our clerk, read the guidelines first, and then we'll have our first person. Dan, please proceed.
This part of the meeting is for general citizen comments. Please reserve any public hearing testimony to that section of the agenda. The mayor will call on those who have provided their names in advance. Then the mayor will call for other citizens who wish to speak. For the record, please state your name and address or city council district in which you reside. Please direct your comments to the council as a whole, not individual council members. All comments are limited to 3 minutes. The clerk will provide verbal notice when only 30 seconds remain. As a reminder, this portion of the meeting is council's opportunity to hear from the community and not a time to engage in debate. Lastly, per state law, this public comment period cannot be used to speak in support of or in opposition to a ballot measure or individual candidacy, and no such comments will be allowed.
Okay, each individual has 3 minutes, and you will get a 30-minute warning when you're within 30 minutes of that, 30 seconds, excuse me, I apologize. When you're within 30 seconds of that 3 minutes. And I do not mean to be rude, but I just want to say in advance that when you do hit the 3-minute mark, I will go ahead and I'll have to interrupt you, and it's not meant to be anything personal. It's just that we have to make sure we treat everyone the same here, and at 3 minutes I will go ahead and interrupt you at that time. Now, having said that, the first person we're going to have is Lindsay Topping Schutz, and I believe I hope I got that name correct.
All right, buddy. All righty, let's see how we do here. Hello, everyone. My name is Lindsay Topping-Schutz, and I'm here with my son, Owen. We live at 7511 87th Street East in Puyallup, and I am here to speak with you all today about a concern I have with the proposed updates to the comprehensive plan. In the nearly 9 years of advocacy on behalf of Owen and others like him, one thing has become crystal clear, and that is inclusion and accessibility must be named explicitly and implemented intentionally. Thank you. These values do not happen by accident, and they certainly don't thrive when we remove direct language and replace it with vague or flowery alternatives. I urge the city to move forward in a way that truly honors and supports all of its citizens. Unfortunately, I do not believe the current proposal reflects this commitment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next individual, Dave Wetzel, please.
Hi, my name is David Wetzel. I'm a resident of Puyallup, District 2. I was surprised to see that some of you decided to go with the MAGA approach to the history of Medicine Creek Treaty of 1854, ignoring the forced removal of tribal members from land around South Puget Sound. But when you are overriding the DEI-ish language in the original text of the plan, along with the term climate change, the influence of party politics becomes obvious. You are doing your part to keep the would-be authoritarians happy. Climate change, like evolution, is real, and denial can lead to tragedies such as the massive floods with loss of life we saw recently in Texas. Your amendments pander to the irresponsible and immoral people in power, protected by the riches they amass at the expense of the rest of us. A lot has to change in our political system for our children to live in a just, multicultural society. I hope the people of little old Puyallup can help bring that change through intelligence, hard work, and above all, honesty about ourselves and our history. The original draft comprehensive plan is fine as written. Remove the amendments from last month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next individual is Shannon Bennett.
Good evening, Mayor Castema, Deputy Mayor King, and council members. My name is Shannon Bennett, and I live in District 1 of Puyallup. And I just want to say thank you very much. I've not attended prior meetings, so for you to recognize our youth really means a lot to me. I stand before you tonight as a deeply concerned citizen asking you to vote no on the proposal to strip diversity, equity, and inclusion language from our city's comprehensive plan. I'm especially urging you to reject this revision and instead affirm your commitment to all constituents, especially those whose voices have historically been marginalized. Let's not rewrite history by erasing the truth. Puyallup has a painful legacy. It was once known as KKK Town. We can't forget that. And we know what it was based on. It was a site of the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, held in horse stalls and exhibition halls at the Puyallup Assembly Center. And long before that, it was sacred potlatch grounds for the Puyallup tribe, whose stewardship of this land predates all of us. That history is not something we can whitewash out of discomfort or political pressure. nor can we ignore the demographic reality of our present. The Puyallup School District, whose students we just recognized, is a majority minority. Our students are watching how we lead. They are our future. And what we choose to value. If we remove DEI language now, what are we telling them? That their identities are inconvenient? That progress is optional? As an Air Force brat, I grew up in base housing on streets filled with kids from every corner of the world. Black, white, brown, Korean, Native, Muslim, Catholic, Jewish, you name it. We played, learned, and grew together. It taught me two lifelong truths. Change is not hard. It's constant. And diversity is not a threat, it is a gift. This isn't just about language, this is about values. Erasing DEI doesn't erase inequality, it erases our willingness to fix it. It puts us at odds with Washington state regulations, risks costly litigation, and signals to our youth that our government doesn't have the courage to stand for equity. And if you're not 100% comfortable voting on this proposal either way, you do have the option to abstain.
Shannon, thank you. Could you please conclude?
Sometimes choosing not to rush a decision is the most responsible act of leadership. Please choose the future. Choose accountability. Choose courage. Do not erase the language of equity. Embrace it as a commitment to every child, every family, and every story that makes Puyallup what it is and what it could become. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I get this name correct. Is it Matthew Curris? Karras, please.
Well, hello, City Council. Thank you for holding this meeting and recognizing our youth. I just want to talk about a comprehensive plan. It is very disheartening to see members of our City Council who would not focus, on the concerns of our citizens. We are here today, or I'm here today, to talk about how important it is for us to embrace DEI, embrace the language that is moving us forward. I've seen it in my students, I've seen it in our youth, and I've seen it with even within my own family. I come from a Chinese immigrant. I'm a second generation Chinese American, and it's very, growing up here was a little bit difficult for my family because we didn't always feel as welcomed in the Puyallup community as we had wished to. I remember my mom having to work extra hours, other jobs, just to support us, and she would talk about how other managers, other people who she's worked under have not always appreciated or looked at her as an equal. So when I heard earlier about the rollbacks that are happening, I was very upset. And I'm sure many members of our city are also very upset about what is happening here. I also just wanted to say how important it is to not give up. I am a very active runner. And before I came here, I was actually running up this hill thinking about what to talk about today. And I feel like if we were to make these amendments to the comprehensive plan, we are giving up on our promise that we made for the Puyallup citizens. And I just want to ask any of you council members, why would you want to quit? Is it easier to quit, before we even start, or is the end game to keep going? And as I run up hills, that's what I think about. You know, how easy it is to give up. If I were to give up at that moment, the progress that we made is gone. And if you were to make these amendments, that is what will happen. The progress that we would make will go backwards. And I don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hopkins.
John Hopkins, District 1. I'll give you a bit of a break here from what's going on tonight. You know, this weekend we have All Along the Riverwalk event from 10 to 2. I certainly hope you'll join us there. Each of you would have had a flyer in your boxes. And if you look at the back, you can see there's about 100 vendors. That's pretty impressive. We've grown it big time from last time, which was, again, bigger than the previous time. The goal is to continue to grow it responsibly in a way that it doesn't get out of control. I actually cut off the applicants about 3 weeks ago. I said, okay, that's about as much as I can handle. So, but next year I hope we can do more. A few things I want to point out. The major event manager is Kitsap Bazaar from Kitsap Peninsula. Why is that important? Because she brings a lot of people from the peninsula, which should make the LTAC Commission very happy, because we're bringing people from out of town, heads in beds, all that kind of stuff. The other thing I'd like to point out is we're in partnership with Arts Downtown, and this is a way to create an incubator space. You know, we have a phenomenal outdoor gallery, one of the best in the state. It's brilliant. But are we an arts community? This is a way to continue to grow that general thing. You know, we'll bring in Fred Oldfield Group next year. They couldn't make it this time. But okay, one more thing. It is important to do the missing link. I know you have funded it for the design. We want that to be done. And so this is an opportunity where we'll have hopefully at least 1,000 people. And we'd like them to show their support for the missing link. We'll have them signing petitions, et cetera, et cetera. We'd like donations. Small amounts are perfect. Not looking for the big stuff, but those $25 donations, so that we can show that the community really supports the missing link. I think it's vital, because we need to connect to the Foothills Trail, and then we will have an absolutely phenomenal trail access for everyone. That's all I got. Thank you. Hope to see you.
Thank you. The next individual, and Michael, I apologize. Is it, I really have a difficult time. Is it Yoder?
Yes.
Was that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I've never seen somebody have so much trouble with that.
Well, here,
But I feel honored, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I've never. So good evening, City Council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to express our opinions to you. My name is Michael Yoder. I am a resident of District 1 for the last 22 years, and like many of my passionate fellow citizens here tonight, I'm here to share my opposition to the proposed amendments to the comprehensive plan. Many others are more passionately representing their concerns than me, but I also mirror them, especially replacing equity with equality and changing our embrace of the city's history with the tribe. But I specifically would like to address the language that would require the city to follow federal executive orders, even if they clash with state law. Our planning commission spent almost a year reviewing and updating this plan before making recommendations to you. And there was extensive community input while updating this plan. And I think that we should follow the lead of the community. And the comments that have been brought to light through this process and these proposed amendments have included some comments about a risk of being sued by the federal government over this, and that's just a farce. That is not the case. This is a state-mandated document. It has no oversight federally. What we do risk is losing essential funding for our city if we don't meet state requirements. This is a very concerning thing that you're leading us into, to align ourselves with the feds over the state. And I think it is a very big concern, especially now with our fiscal challenges that we have. So I just want to encourage you to do the right thing, to follow the lead of the citizens who elected you and the Planning Commission process that the city charter outlines. You have a planning commission to outline a process to you, and they made recommendations based upon thousands of citizens' input. So please do the right thing and reject the proposed amendments to the comp plan.
Okay, next is Josie Hunter.
All right. Hi, I'm Josie Hunter, District 2. I grew up in Puyallup, graduated from Rogers High School, moved away for college, but recently purchased a house with my husband off Pioneer, so coming back to my hometown. It is disheartening to me to come back and realize that we're trying to remove things like equity. My dream for my community is that we support one another, and equity to me does not mean that we're taking anything away from anybody. It's that we're making sure everybody has the support that they need to be able to participate in life and the community and have, you know, a good life. I also disagree with the whitewashing of tribal language. And then to what we just heard about the executive orders, I agree. My understanding is that we could lose funding if we are not in compliance with state law, which seems really problematic. I also have a huge problem with a lot of the executive orders that have come out, and many of them are not legal, right? The courts have been finding them not constitutional or things like that. So, and I also think it's important to remember that executive orders cut both ways. In 4 years, the executive orders might be very different than what they are now, and I just think it's important that we stay in compliance with state law. Lastly, in terms of climate change, I think it's really important that we're taking this into consideration as we look at building. I look around at our beautiful community. There's less snow on Mount Rainier. There's more wildfires than any time when I was a kid growing up here. It's just so important that we focus on that. I have a friend who works with youth, and they have this like existential dread about the climate change that we're handing over to them. And it's so important for us to take the steps now to make sure that we try to prevent further harm to our community and the planet. Thank you.
Next is Leslie Ann Knight.
Good evening to the council members. And this is my first time attending a Puyallup City Council meeting. And I want to express appreciation to those who have spoken before me, as well as those of you who are listening now. I want to affirm everything that has been said about these amendments, but I want to focus on the call for us to be in alignment and obedient to the executive orders. As was said, most of them have not been acceptable to the courts. Some of them then have been acceptable, though questionable, to the Supreme Court. We are a city in Washington. We go by our Constitution, and we go by our laws. And if there is an emergency, executive orders used to always be only for emergencies, and now they are coming out as a way to bypass Congress and bypass the people that we have elected. So frankly, I felt this was a sneaky, sabotaging mega portion for the Planning Commission.
Next is Luke Smith.
Hey there, good evening. So I was originally going to give kind of a scathing review to all of you as a council, but I decided to kind of address this all as a community. So everyone, please raise your hand as I go down the list if it applies to you. You speak a second language or know someone who does. You have friends or family in the BIPOC community. You have friends or family in the Pride community. You are a single mother or you know single mothers. You know pregnant mothers. You have a disability or you know someone with a disability. You have an income under 6 figures. Veterans. Thank you. Yes, thanks, veterans. You know someone who is homeless. You know a teacher. You know a victim of abuse. You know someone, or you are recovering from mourning a loss. This is all diversity. Thank you. Now, the difference between equity and equality. Equality is recognizing we're all humans. Okay? Equity is recognizing the difference between a child and an adult, privilege and oppression, pregnant single mothers, and disabled senior war veterans. That was diversity and equity. And council, this is inclusion. This is inclusion. We are all included. We are all suffering. We are all experiencing this together. And we are on native land, and it is an insult to question a change to addressing what we have done to them over time. I want to recognize the tribes, the land that we are on today, to have this meeting with you. Thank you.
The next individual, Penny Thorpe.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Penny Thorpe, and I'm in District 3. I was here witnessing the first read of the comprehensive plan, and I was very concerned, as others have talked about, very concerned about this discussion about equality and concerned that white men have been disenfranchised. So I am seriously concerned that if you guys take the amendments that you have talked about passing, that the plan would not be approved and the funds would not flow from the state level. Our wording needs to be consistent with Puget Sound Regional Council Vision 2050, as well as the Washington State Department of Commerce. I am concerned that changes in the wording will jeopardize approval of the plan, as well as the flow of the funds. Thank you for listening and paying attention to us.
Thank you. Kathleen McLeod.
Kathleen McLeod from District 1. I would like to add something a little different. Everybody here wants to help you make the decisions that will help us. And so I want to take you on a little road back to Title IX, when the schools were all required to have equal opportunity for both boys and girls to have sports. And when that law passed, schools struggled. If they had 6 sports for boys, they needed to have 6 for girls. So a lot of them came up with, well, for this year, we'll have 4 for boys and 4 for girls because we can pull off 8, but we can't pull off 10. That was fine. There's 2 words I want you to think about as I go on. One is hurt and one is help. Were people hurt by Title IX? The boys who were on the 2 teams that had to be dropped so we could have 4 teams for girls were hurt. Now, granted, that was the smaller teams. But who was helped? Half the student population. And over time, the schools were able to manage it, and it became 6 sports for each. Because that's what it takes, a little bit of a struggle to do the right thing. And what I'm trying to share with you is with equity, we take a step further than equality. If you have 2 eggs and you have 2 eggs and you have none, and we say, okay, we're going to give out 2 eggs so you'll have 2, but now you have 4 and you have 4 and you still only have 2. That's equality. Everybody got 2 eggs. Equity is you have 2 more, you have 2 more, we give you 4. That's equity. And it won't always be comfortable to start. What we need to do is accept that and come into our true humanity that says in this country, we want everybody to have the chance to learn, grow, and be their best selves, because when all of us have those opportunities, all of us benefit. And we're asking you to do the best, not for an EO, not for anybody else, but for your own humanity, because we care that you are that person.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Trish Siltala. You'll correct me if I was incorrect there.
Yeah, Siltala. I live within walking distance of Puyallup. I think of Puyallup as my home city. I worked here for over 20 years, and I still attend church and shop here. Last month, I testified that the amendments would belie the city's motto, land of the generous people. I've since learned that the official motto is actually working to be your community of choice. I guess that solves one of my problems. Mr. Mayor, last month, you mentioned recent Supreme Court rulings and current or recent lawsuits regarding racial policies at every level of government. You mentioned being raised to recognize all people's worth, the council's mantra of treating everyone alike, and the University of Michigan halting their DEI programs because, I quote, it was more divisive, not bringing people together, but driving them apart, because the content of your character was no longer the primary focus. Instead, it was the immutable characteristics of a person. Yeah? Looking up the decision, I learned that the university was scared into submission by a letter from the Trump administration. Nothing I saw from the university or from the press mentioned any specific downsides to the program other than threats of repercussions for not towing the line, which makes me wonder, was the city threatened? Or are you complying in advance? I agree, some of the new language is a little more helpful than the original, but erasing race as a category will be a step backward in Puyallup's racially fraught history, especially the sections about the indigenous people. The original paragraphs depicted how this city came to be at the expense of the Puyallup tribe. They were, still are, the generous people. The U.S. government took advantage of their generosity. It's historical fact. They deserve respect and deference. We are still guests on their land. Leave that in. I, too, have family members of different races and some with different abilities and different sexualities. I, too, was taught to recognize the content of a person's character rather than the color of their skin. I was taught as a child to be anti-racist, to recognize even the most subtle racism and point it out. Erasure is a particularly tricky type of racism to identify, even when you do it yourself. Treating everyone equally can be erasure. Equitable treatment is a necessary part of anti-racism, anti-sexism, pro-disability, pro-humanity. Some folks need more or different help than typical. Any person who has disadvantages should not be further disadvantaged by a system that does not recognize their difference and accommodate their needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlene Cook.
You got that one right. I have resided in the city of Puyallup for 37 years, and I am a member of District 3. And I sent you all an email this morning. It was pretty early, so maybe you didn't have a chance to read it. So I'm just going to read it to you now. Thank you, Congress Member Adler, for responding. Not Congress, sorry, Council Member. There, I just elevated you a little bit harder. So I was writing to voice some of my concerns about the recent proposed amendments to the city's comprehensive plan. I understand that a lot of time was put in by many people, including members of the community, in developing this plan. I worry about proposed changes made by only one or two members of the council, which seems to negate the input of the very community that you were elected to serve. I am a grandmother of a child who just completed the 6th grade, not in Puyallup schools, but in public schools in Washington State. As in many school districts, their social studies textbooks are shared among several classrooms and are not sent home. In order to help my granddaughter with learning to outline and summarize passages and not write the whole thing, her parents decided to purchase a copy of the textbook to have at home. As my daughter researched online, she found their 6th grade social studies book published by National Geographic. But she was interested to find that there were 2 versions of the same textbook available. One book contained 400 plus pages. That was the one her school used. The other book, same publisher, same grade level, had 198 pages. In looking at the second one more closely, she found that it was the textbook published for those states that chose to deny parts of our history and only promote the history that uplifts certain population and ignores those more difficult and darker passages in our history. I really thought that we were above that in Washington State, but maybe not in Puyallup, where according to this plan, we will be whitewashing our handling of tribal lands and ignoring past and current treatment of people of color in our area by not naming it. We do not need to tie our plan to federal policies that do not meet the needs of our community and are likely to change every 4 years. We should be following our own state's guidelines. As Winston Churchill was famously credited with saying, those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. It is hard to learn from our history if it is hidden from us. Please do not adopt these amendments which seek to hide and change the truth of our shared history.
Paul Romich.
Thank you, Mayor Castema. Paul Romich, District 1. Been up here many times talking about the comp plan for over a year. Over 2 about. So, you know, I've been through the entire process pretty much along with the city. And I can speak to the community involvement that went into the comp plan. We we had a really cool workshop up at Pierce College. I sat next to Councilmember Gilliam. We had a really cool online forum that I hope the city continues to use in the future, on top of the more traditional online surveys, public outreach at events, participation here at City Hall. And the process for the comp plan had significant community involvement. And first and foremost, a lot of the pieces started with the community advisory group, which I was lucky enough to sit on. And in that group, we talked about a lot of different topics, and then it would move up to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission would provide a little bit more of their expertise to things, maybe make some modifications, but overall then they'd come with a recommendation which was presented to you. So I'm a little perplexed when it comes to this council who has really taken a step back and have not been a big fan of the state's involvement here at City Hall, and yet a majority of you feel willing and proper to bring national politics into our comprehensive plan, despite all of the community involvement saying otherwise. Additionally, the timing of this is very questionable after even the final environmental impact statement was released. So if anything, it creates more opportunity for litigation, not just due to the content of the changes, of the rewrite really, but of the process that was followed to make these levels, the scale of changes across every single element of the comprehensive plan. So, yeah, it's just a weird thing that we concern ourselves with the state level politics, and we think, oh, that's too much, and then we're willing to welcome it here into City Hall just like that. So, yeah, I hope you reconsider the vote on the second reading. Thank you.
Joe Colombo.
Hello, everybody. Joe Colombo, District 2. I'll let you know I'm a military brat. I've lived here since the 1980s, and my dad was a colonel at McCord before they even became a joint base. The last time I was here and spoke about the comp plan, it was about adding back in the verbiage about climate change. Since then, we've had yet another reminder of how critical and immediate combating it is. We had the floods in Texas, which unfortunately killed 135 people, including 37 children. So I think it's extremely critical that we put that language back into the comp plan. I also noticed, people have spoke to it before, you remove the word equity, likely because you kind of wanted to hide from the Trump regime, is my guess. I wouldn't have done it, but, let's give the bully our lunch money, hoping that they won't come back for us, I guess. Maybe. Thank you. But what I'm really concerned about are the changes that you want to put in the comp plan, which are being pushed almost solely by one individual. It's going to set the city up for a lawsuit. We're going to run afoul to what the state says that we should do, and it's going to tie things up in very costly and lengthy litigation, and I don't want to see the city in another lengthy and costly lawsuit over this. The original plan that was worked on for about a year with some experts is fine as it was written. And what you do today, that vote that you take, it's going to be your legacy. The plan is for the next 20 years. So I want you to think very, very carefully about how you vote on it tonight, because it's going to follow you for the rest of your life. And I encourage you, vote no on the revised comp plan. Thank you.
Karen Early. Is that correct? Early. Yeah. Okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Karen Early, and I live in District 1. I am here to address the amendments that were added to the city's comprehensive plan in June. The one I want to address in particular is removing identifying language for Puyallup's vulnerable populations in order to prevent unlikely federal litigation. It is not only not required, it is a blatant fear-mongering and capitulation, and it is in fact a truly ugly step backwards and towards systematic erasure. Not only are these unnecessary amendments to what was already a well thought out and solid comprehensive plan, they are absolutely harmful. I strongly urge the council to vote no on the plan with these amendments, say no to erasure, and do not obey in advance. Thank you.
Elise Discapi. Yes.
Hello, Elise DiGiuseppe. I've been a resident of Council of Region 1 for 35 years. As a librarian now retired, I know how to discern the subtle differences in the meaning of words. Replacing the term equity with equality in the comp plan is wrong. Equity is used to convey fairness and has specific meaning in state law. Policies and legislation whose goals involve equity predate the George Floyd murder and Black Lives Matter and persist on the state and local levels in Washington. The current presidential administration attempts to overturn these practices, may cohere with Project 2025, but they do not reflect the will of the majority of the people. Equality, as used in the comp plan's proposed changes, is an empty shell. It signifies nothing, is not coherent with state law, and sounds more like a hedge, a branding ploy, or a soundbite than a tool for policy. I'm angry at the author's attempts to put one over on Puyallup's residents. We won't let you get away with such a shoddy attempt at avoiding real progress in advancing equity in our community. And removing passages of the comp plan that speak honestly of the history of the tribe of Puyallup Indians, which includes forced removal from their traditional land, is another glaring example of the deliberate attempts by some on the council to take us backward, negating our progress as a city. I'm both incredulous and incensed at some council members invoking Trump's executive orders and hypothetical Supreme Court rulings as a rationale for the proposed comp plan changes. First off, federal law is not pertinent to our local comp plan and associated policies and legislation. State law is. And even if it were pertinent, executive orders, while they have the force of law, are not legislation. They can and are being challenged in courts all over our nation. And if the tide turns and we get to keep the democracy that we're fighting for, the proposed comp plan changes will be exposed for what they are: knee-jerk pandering, illogical and potentially in violation of state law, attempts to renege on our commitment as a city to all of our constituents. I call on the council, including the authors of these misguided proposals, to vote against them.
30 seconds.
You can do better, and we can do better. Thank you.
Gabrielle Iyer.
Thank you. Gabrielle Earl, District 1. I am here with my fellow congregants from Peace Lutheran Church just down the street, and I have been encouraged by both my colleagues of faith being here, indeed every person with moral courage who has spoken, and I see our role as citizens here to bring moral clarity and compassion to our community life. And tonight I am concerned with truth-telling. And I do not see truth-telling in the proposed amendments in the comprehensive plan. I see erasure. We are a community near and dear to my heart, that can heal from a painful legacy of othering and marginalization, but we can only do so if we begin from a place of truth-telling. No matter how uncomfortable it may be for you, we must name the historical facts of our unfair dealings with our neighbors in the Puyallup tribe, and we must be clear-sighted in naming equity and in naming race and racism if we are to heal from it. And I urge you to vote no on Amendment 1. Thank you.
Sarah Blakely. Sarah Blakely.
Hi, my name is Sarah Blakey. I'm in District 2, and thank you for having an open mic, basically, for so many concerned citizens here. First, I wanted to just say we cannot have equality until we embrace and enforce equity. I think everybody knows that. Over 59% of Puyallup voters did not vote for the current federal administration. Our council does not have a mandate from the people to enforce executive orders from this administration.
If we're going to be efficient and make sure that everyone is allowed their 3 minutes because there's a long agenda, please keep your applause, if you can, to a minimum. I want to make sure that everyone is heard and that that applause, in fact, does not overshadow them. Okay. Please go ahead and rewind the clock to give this lady her remaining time that was, I think, taken away through those applause. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Many of the executive orders have been proven to be in violation of the Constitution, and they are often violations of the human rights of our country. They are denying people the right to a fair trial. They're denying people the right to representation. They're tearing apart families. We need to remember when we said our Pledge of Allegiance that it says liberty and justice for all. And that just doesn't mean the old white folks that are in this room. My other big concern is about our good neighbors, the Puyallup tribe. I've been in the last few years making friends with quite a few people in the tribe and meeting some of their tribal council members. And I'm so impressed with the way they are sharing and supporting one another, building up their community, sharing love and welcome to people that I obviously don't look like one of them. And I just want to remind us, if we're going to be whitewashing the history of the treaties, that we need to remind ourselves that we are standing on stolen land.
Libby Bristol. Libby Bristol.
Good evening. Libby Bristol from Council District 2, and we've lived here 48 years. So I've seen many of you change over time. Good evening. My concern is, as citizens are named to committees by the council, that all viewpoints are considered. And I think that's evident by what we've been hearing, that some of those viewpoints have been denied or not listened to. We want to make up committees that come from different backgrounds and have different perspectives. Thus, constituents would be equitably represented by all. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Sarah Vella.
Linda Sorella, District 2, 35 years. I want to thank you for doing the hard work of listening tonight. Hearing and listening are two different things, and it takes hard work, so thank you. Seeing the banner, Puyallup, a welcoming place, provided me with the hope, as the phrase aligns with my core value, to be welcoming to all. I understand that significant changes have been proposed to the plan originally put out by the commission. And these changes have been made without extensive community input. Have residents of this community experiencing systemic barriers been sought for input regarding the elimination of the word equity, which is replaced with the word equality? Have we gathered community groups experiencing discrimination based on race, color, national origin, sex, of disability, etc., and offered the opportunity to address the impact of this document becoming race neutral and stating the analysis required by state law is now offered as information and will not confer preferential treatment based on race or ethnicity? Have we met with the Puyallup tribe, offering the opportunity to review and address the elimination of the historical references to the Puget Sound War? Have we listened to the tribe members as to the impact of these changes? Have we reached out to our community members experiencing housing disparities and affordability challenges for their input on wording changes and the impact? Have we talked with a wide variety of community members directly impacted by the proposed changes? I'm concerned the impact of the changes divide this community, not unify us. Eliminating language that acknowledges systemic barriers from this document can feel like the city is ignoring or invalidating lived experiences of its citizens. Rolling back existing equity and climate commitments adversely impacts our reputation as welcoming. Eliminating equity-focused housing strategies ignores racial disparity and affordability challenges. Does removing the historical references to the Puget Sound War increase or decrease Puyallup as a welcoming to all? I encourage you to vote no, and as an alternative, not yet, on tonight's vote. If not yet, let's put the additional time, effort, and energy into listening, hearing, and valuing a wide variety of voices and collaborating to address the comprehensive plan changes. Let's hold community meetings that genuinely seek input and collaboration from the impacted individuals. Let's meet with the Puyallup tribe and collaboratively create language that meets everyone's needs. Let's seek out information from other city governments and agencies doing this work while being fully word inclusive.
Ms. Mayor, the speakers reach 3 minutes.
How have they navigated their comprehensive defense? Let's truly become a council, a community that is a welcoming place for all.
Thank you, Linda. John Goebel.
Hello, Council. My name's John Goebel. I'm a District 2 member, citizen of the City of Puyallup here. All I could think of after you introduced the children that you feel are so special here in town, I don't see how it honors those children to whitewash history for them. I don't see how it honors those children to remove language that would provide opportunities for those who are socioeconomically disadvantaged in our communities. I don't see how listening to those across the entire nation honors the children of our city. In our county, in Pierce County in Washington, I feel that we need to have a voice from our city initially, and if we have to fight for those facts that we believe in, that needs to be priority. We don't need to sit and listen to those on the other side of the nation who everyone's seen to be, in all understood purposes, monsters. They do not honor children. I've seen children ripped away from families. If that's the quality of how you say you honor our children here, I greatly question this council. For those that want to continue to strip away those considerations to honor our youth, respect our elders, and provide resources to this community, I really, really would want to consider pushing to find better ways, hopefully replacing those in the positions that continue to vote in that manner and dishonoring our community and our children. I'm a nurse case manager here in our local hospital. I fight every day. We are having resources stripped from this community. We are not having the systems put in place, the important pieces of our community. I don't understand how as a council, you feel this is the best move forward for our community, whether it be environmental impacts that will harm, like we've seen in Texas, the children of our community, whether it be how politics are put across to provide resources to those in our community, those that are disadvantaged, people of color, are the people who we live on their land. You want to whitewash that. That is disturbing. And I find that if that's the kind of quality you presume to say that you honor our children, I don't want your honor, because that's not my honor. Thank you.
Anderlyn is Cuerdo. Anderlyn. She's still here?
She's out there, sir.
Okay, good.
Good evening, council members. So my topic today is allowing women's abortion health care. It says, during the summer season, it is noticeable that the number of pregnant women in our community of Pierce County has increased, including within the homeless population. Many of these women have become impregnated due to sexual assault and or human trafficking, including me. This means that it's an uncontrollable event with lifelong or dangerous consequences on women's health. As I mentioned before, we have a main hospital that does not do abortion health care, nor any other surgical procedures that would be considered life-saving medical care to help women battle against other fatal fetal anomalies that can happen during pregnancy. At these moments, the pregnant woman's life is in danger as well as the fetus. We need help. Seeing how there are more bans being pursued across our nation, it is mind-boggling how this choice is still being taken away from the woman and given to the medical professionals who mostly carry bias that encourages them to deny all that is essential to keeping a woman alive. I wrote a poem called A Woman's Plea for Her Life to hopefully shed some light on a woman's perspective in this very controversial topic. Abortion is women's health care. My body is mine and mine alone, to go ahead and decide regardless of tone, what I can tolerate or what works for me, when I want to mate or look out for safety. There shouldn't be worry for my own life. To those who aren't sorry for political strife, as if I'm up for trade when a seed's in picture. How dare you go say that we need to be stricter to choose a thing over me that isn't guaranteed? How could this even be more reason to be freed? My life's not a card to be chanced on the table. Depends on fake bards with some made-up fable. On what they believe that's clearly untrue. Need more than reprieve. Too much blood, I'm blue. Can't you open your eyes and see I'm important? Please prevent my demise. Do it, don't be discordant. Thank you very much.
Roger Tanquist.
Thank you, Council, for this opportunity. And I'm Roger Tanquist from District 3, a lifelong educator, and I'm particularly appreciative of recognizing students. I'm concerned about losing meaningful equity language, whitewashing tribal history, and promoting partisan overreach meant to guide our city growth way into the future. I urge you to reject the amendments that are on the floor.
Thank you, Roger. Lauren Storina.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lauren, and I live in District 2. I'm 17 years old and an emerging voter in Puyallup. For the past 3 summers, I've worked at a summer camp through the city of Puyallup. I attended that camp myself when I was younger, and I loved it. Being a counselor there really gives me a chance to connect with our community. At camp, I see kids from every kind of background, racially, culturally, and economically. We also work with campers with many different needs, and we do our best to make sure everyone feels included and supported. That's true at my high school too. It's one of the things I love about Puyallup. We're a community that cares about each other and tries to meet people where they are. That's why equity matters, not just at school or at camp, but in our city council policies. Removing equity language from the comprehensive plan sends the message that we're stepping back from values that make our community strong. I don't think that reflects the Puyallup I know, and I hope you'll reconsider those changes. I also want to speak briefly about the proposed revision to the history of the Puyallup tribe in the plan. We should learn and honor the truth about how our city came to be, not rewrite it to make ourselves feel more comfortable. I wouldn't accept that in my classroom, and I don't believe the leaders of our city should either. As someone who will soon be voting and helping shape the future of our city, I care deeply about the decisions we make today. The comprehensive plan should reflect inclusion, honesty, and respect for everybody in Puyallup. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren, are you still a student at one of the schools here?
Yeah, I go to Admiral Bridge.
Okay, I apologize I didn't recognize you when we recognized Owen. With that, let's go ahead. Heather Schiller, please.
You didn't recognize her because she looks like she's 27, so that's why. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Schiller. I live in District 2. I'm here to share my personal concerns about the second reading of the Puyallup 2044 Comprehensive Plan Update. I previously served as chair of the Planning Commission during the review and recommendation of this plan. Tonight, I'm speaking only for myself, not on behalf of the Commission, although I'm no longer a member. I spoke during the first reading in June to raise serious concerns about the removal of state-required equity language and the revision of the Puyallup tribal history narrative. That night, many residents, and tonight, many residents, joined me in opposing the proposed amendments. In contrast, only one citizen voiced support. Notably, he was a member also of the Planning Commission at the time of review and recommendation and continues to serve today. I would like to ask council members who support these amendments what outreach you have done to seek input from your constituents on these changes. Over the course of a year, the Planning Commission staff undertook substantial community engagement, including a citywide survey, multiple pop-up events, an advisory board committee with multi-generational stakeholders, localized meetings, and numerous public comment opportunities. We listened and we integrated that feedback into the plan. To date, I have not seen any such comparable outreach efforts from the council. Aside from citizen comments at meetings, which have overwhelmingly opposed the amendments, it appears that those pushing for these changes are prioritizing personal views and agendas rather than the collective good of our city and its residents. So tonight, I'm asking you to take a step back and really consider what these amendments mean, not just in terms of policy, but in terms of trust. The comprehensive plan, which includes input from consultants, city staff, and a majority recommendation from the Planning Commission, reflects a year of community input and careful collaboration. As elected officials, you have a duty to represent all of the constituents of Puyallup. When we start stripping away equity language and reshaping historical narratives, especially without broad public engagement, we risk undoing progress and we risk losing vital funding that supports the very services our city depend on. Let's respect the work our community has already done and move forward in a way that's inclusive, responsible, and true to the Puyallup we all believe in. And thank you, Puyallup, for showing up tonight.
Laura Penalver. Laura Penalver. Laura Penalver Vargas.
Hi, thank you all for being here. I feel so encouraged. Thank you. I am Laura Penalver Vargas. I live in District 1, and I came not knowing that there would be such broad support. Compelled to voice my opposition to the proposed changes to the city's comprehensive plan, and also to recognize members Dorr, Whitting, and Adler, who honorably voiced their opposition to the overall proposal. Once again, rather than demonstrate visionary leadership, The majority of our city council is opting for regressive language and policies that undermine the safety, integrity, and autonomy of our city. Mayor Castama's off-reference 65-year history in his Puyallup home pales in comparison to the history of the indigenous peoples of this land that stretches for thousands of years. A history that reflects the wisdom of responsible stewardship of this land, the equitable distribution of resources that support all members of our community, and learning from our history rather than sugarcoating it. The proposed changes trade this rich history for a vision of Puyallup that is small-minded, irresponsible, and unwelcoming. It bows to the rampant greed of corporate developers at the expense of environmental integrity in the name of affordable housing in a city where the median sale of a home last month was over $500,000, up 3% since last year. It aligns with a federal administration that tries to paint acts of bigotry and ignorance as patriotism and forfeits local autonomy to the executive orders of a convicted felon. I do not think I am alone when I say that that is not my vision for Puyallup. Mayor Castama has stated that he believes his proposed changes have broad public support. But today I stand with so many others to say loudly and clearly, no, they don't. And I join many members of the Puyallup community to demand a plan for our city that reflects the fiscal and ethical wisdom of environmental conservation, the power of equity and inclusion, and the force of historical truths, qualities demonstrated by those who inhabited these lands long before the families of our city council arrived, so that in 1,000 years, and in 1,000 years to come, we may show ourselves worthy of using their name, Puyallup, land of the welcoming and generous people.
Vicki Buck. Vicki Buck. I believe it says Vicki Buck. Okay.
Okay. Get to my notes here. Don't start me yet. You had me at Buck, so. Okay. Hello, Council. My name is Vicki Price Burke. I am a member of the Tlingit tribe. I have been taken care of by Puyallup Tribal Indian Health Authority for my entire residence in Puyallup. I'm a resident of Puyallup since 1989. I'm a Liuna Labor Local 242 member, proud mom, PCO, and currently the PCO chair of the 25th LD. I sat in here for many meetings over the last few years and watching this council as they read proclamations, and they sounded like they had such conviction at the time. But today, I feel that those proclamations were just window dressings. Removing DEI from the language here at the Puyallup Council level, I fear will be a great detriment to our neighboring tribe, who our city has been named after, as well as the women and the people with disabilities and the people of color in this district. Even when you presented the Women's Proclamation, you did it on the same day that you honored Fred Oldfield. Yes, he was a local legend, but you should have given the Women's Proclamation first. I sat here as you honored all these women, and now you're taking away every bit of protection they have. And I sit here through the Black History Month where you honored local Black-owned businesses, but yet now you're once again removing all language that would keep our city an equitable place to live. Once again, when I look at this council, I see majority white males, so I'm not shocked at this behavior. And the people that are running with a D behind their names, if you're going to call yourself a Democrat, you should be someone who is willing to represent everyone. Just like the current administration that is doing in federal levels, you're gutting our language and removing everything. I realize a lot of these actions are in fear of losing grants and monies, but if we continue to bow down and not fight back, we're going to be whittled away to nothing. As a Native American whose ancestors had every bit of culture ripped away from them, my grandfather was on the first board of Alaska Native Brotherhood. That organization was built to move the Native Americans in the white society. He had no choice but to comply. But this city does have a choice. We need to have the backbone to fight the federal bullies, and this is what I want to know if you have that. We've got to stop letting history repeat itself. Once again, I'm close to the same age as Mayor Jim Castema. I'm sure he studied the same history that I did. I studied a whitewashed history in my history books. We defeated the Japanese, we defeated the Mexicans, we defeated the Indians. There was very little of culture. We're ripping that culture out from underneath us right now. And as a good Christian person in this community, I can't withstand the lack of
reach 3 minutes.
Equality and the removal of equity.
Penny Song. Penny Song. Penny Song.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Appreciate you all being here and listening, hopefully really, truly listening. I had a lot of things I want to say. I printed this comp plan. I highlighted things. But in reality, I want to stand here as a proud lesbian in the city of Puyallup as we are at the beginning of the Pride Week for the city. We have all kinds of events going on. As I reflect on what you're doing with the comp plan and the changes that one member of your council wants, it goes against everything we did a month ago to the proclamation that Mr. Mayor Castema, that you read, that you told us, all of us LGBTQ members that filled this place full, that you were committed to. Stripping equity, taking away the language of the land of the Puyallup tribe really doesn't do us, the community here, the community that's not here, the people that are watching, do any kind of justice. I'd like to thank Councilmember Adler, Councilmember Dorr, and Whitting for standing firm. I hope they continue to stand firm. And Gilliam, I hope you get brave and bold to do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Jen Marie Strickling Severs, I believe. Severns. I would remind people when you are, in fact, addressing the council, not individual members. So make sure you keep your comments broadly to the entire council and not to individual members. That is something that was set out initially in the guidelines.
All right. My name is Jennifer Marie Strickling, and I am the current chair of the 25th LD Democrats. Let's be clear about what's happening. The Puyallup City Council is gutting the city's comprehensive plan, stripping out every mention of diversity, equity, and inclusion to align with Trump-era executive orders. Orders designed not to unite, but to silence, to erase, to turn back the clock on civil rights. This isn't policy, it's cowardice. It's culture war politics dressed up in planning. And if you didn't just remove DEI, you replaced it. You replaced it with something else. Reckless, divisive, and short-sighted governance. Reckless because it ignores who actually lives here. Divisive because it pits neighbor against neighbor. Short-sighted because you cannot build the thriving city by pretending half of the community doesn't exist. Washington State passed the Keep Washington Working Act to protect immigrant and refugee communities and to ensure local policy reflects our values of inclusion, shared prosperity, and the council's duty to align with the state law, not resurrect harmful federal directives that have no place in the city's future. We see it, we won't forget it, and we will fight back with truth, with votes, and with a vision big enough for all of Puyallup. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Rittenhouse. Jen Rittenhouse.
Good evening. My name is Jen Rittenhouse. I live in District 2 on the traditional homelands of the Puyallup tribe. The Puyallup tribe have lived on and stewarded these lands since time immemorial, and I use she, her pronouns. I want to express my deep concern about the proposed changes in the city's 20-year comprehensive plan. I've read the draft. I've observed efforts to replace the word equity with equality, strip out historically accurate language about the Puyallup tribe and the Medicine Creek Treaty, weaken language about systemic disparities in housing, and insert a vague disclaimer that undermines meaningful equity work. These proposed edits are not neutral. They are part of a growing pattern I recognize, one that seeks to erase the truth, avoid accountability, and retreat from progress under the guise of neutrality or fairness. I feel disappointed, angry, and honestly exhausted, not just because these changes are harmful, but because they are willfully ignorant. I live in the district represented by one of you, own property in a district represented by another, down the street from yet another, and in the childhood home of a fourth. I want it to be known that I see through these efforts to sanitize history and sidestep equity. What I need and what I believe this community deserves is leadership grounded in honesty, courage, and a commitment to justice. We need you to name harm when it has happened, not pretend it's politically safer to ignore. We need policies that reflect the full truth of the city's past and the real disparities that continue to exist today. We cannot build a just future by denying the past. As it has been said, the truth will set you free. Erasing it binds us to harm. Frankly, the fact that these changes are even being considered is disgraceful. I find it deeply troubling that anyone in a position of public trust would choose to champion this kind of erasure and ideological regression. It makes me question not just your decisions, but your values. Any attempt to align city policy with executive orders from the current federal administration cannot be seen as anything but an endorsement of hateful, exclusionary policies. There is no way to separate that alignment from the real-world harm those orders cause. City policy should reflect compassion and justice because, as you know, whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me. These proposals abandon that calling. If these proposals reflect what you believe is right for the city, then your leadership is failing us. And while I won't resort to personal attacks, I will say this plainly. These actions are harmful, and defending them is indefensible. At the very least, policy should reflect the most basic command: love your neighbor as yourself. These changes don't. So I wonder, what if you reject these changes? Keep equity in the policy, keep truth in the record, and if you can't do that, at least be honest about what you're trying to achieve. Let's make Puyallup welcoming and inclusive once and for all.
Jeff Watson. Jeff Watson. Jeff? Oh, there he is. Good.
Right there, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Hi. Councilors, Mayor, good evening. My name is Jeff Watson here from District 3. This is the nice, friendly speech. So, I echo my neighbor's concerns about changes to climate change review requirements and recognition of historical racial wrongs in our city's history. Today in particular, I'm here to speak to the amendments changing references from equity to equality. Most succinctly, we aren't allowed to do this. Revised Code 36.78.070, you all know it, shows that any Washington city's comprehensive plan requires consideration of equity, not may or might or should consider. Our plan shall include these things, and it is not the prerogative of the City Council to ignore these requirements. The term equality cannot replace equity in our plan. These are two different words. They have two different meanings. The mayor's explanation in the June 10th meeting of why equity was being replaced with equality was discouraging to me. It displayed a well-intentioned and common misunderstanding of what equity means. Equity isn't about race. It's about how systems from our past and present can lead to human-made hardships that are artificially unfair, and that we can fix them. It's knowing that some people need more and different help than others, and it's using our limited resources to their best effect. Equity benefits all of us because we are all many things, and some of those things need help. Equality doesn't acknowledge that. Equity does, and Puyallup does. I appreciate the mayor's comments from that June 10th meeting of being raised to judge by the content of someone's character. I come from a long line of Christian preachers. It's why I talk so much, and I was raised the same way. But my profession is auditing, and I evaluate controls. Controls, thank you. Wow. Controls are safeguards that are put in place to ensure adherence to goals. A city's comprehensive plan is a control, and it cannot assume that we will always have leaders of character who understand those values. It must be carefully written to ensure it is not up to an individual to hopefully get it right. It must use the correct words. Equity is the correct word. I am discouraged by the council exposing Puyallup to legal risk and expense for the purpose of signaling compliance to a regressive federal agenda that says equity is wrong. I am discouraged by language that memorializes our council's fears of retaliatory lawsuits into the next 20 years of Puyallup's future. I am encouraged by the people around me. I am encouraged by the council's good faith consideration of what we are all saying. I will assume that these amendments are well-intentioned, but I am adamant that they are a mistake, a costly mistake that we have one chance to undo. So respectfully, remove these amendments, remove them, pass the comprehensive plan that was so thoughtfully crafted over countless hours by our neighbors. We made it very carefully. We knew what we were saying. We meant to say it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nancy Shattuck. Nancy Shattuck.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and everyone present. My name is Nancy Shattuck, and I live in District 1 of Puyallup. I'm here again tonight because I strongly oppose the proposed amendments to the city's comprehensive plan, especially those that aim to erase mention of the Puyallup tribe and replace the word equity with equality throughout the document. Let's be clear, as we've heard, equality is not the same as equity. Equality assumes everyone starts on the same playing field and gives everyone the same resources regardless of their unique circumstances. Equity, on the other hand, recognizes that historic and systemic barriers like colonization, racism, and disinvestment have prevented many from accessing the same opportunities. Equity assures that people get what they need to thrive, not just what is equal. Let me give a simple example. Equality is giving every student in a classroom the exact same pair of shoes. That might sound fair until you realize they're all different sizes. Equity is making sure each student gets shoes that actually fit their feet. In government, that means acknowledging that different communities have different needs because we don't all start from the same place. A race-neutral or one-size-fits-all approach ignores that and keeps some people left behind. Replacing the word equity with equality may seem like a small change, but it sends a huge message. It says this city is not willing to acknowledge the lived realities of communities who have been marginalized. The so-called race-neutral disclaimer at the start of this plan is not just troubling, it's dangerous. Let's stop pretending that ignoring race is the same as being fair. Race-neutral policies are anything but neutral. They ignore the very real, very persistent racial disparities that impact people's lives every day. Saying we don't see race doesn't make systemic racism disappear. It makes it easier to deny, dismiss, and perpetuate. This kind of language doesn't move us forward. It locks us into injustice. I want to acknowledge that while my family has deep roots in Puyallup, we also benefited from a history that hasn't been fair to everyone. My great-grandparents were privileged to be able to buy land and farm in this valley, just over the bridge off Valley Avenue. They worked hard, but they also had access to opportunities that many of my black and brown friends' families were denied. My grandpa, Bob Ward, built the roller coaster at Puyallup Fair. My husband, Enrique Vega, would never have that same opportunity in that time.
30 seconds.
We cannot forget the history of this community that we live in. We have made mistakes, and erasing equity from the comprehensive plan doesn't fix them, it covers them up. True community means telling the whole story, even the uncomfortable parts, and working to ensure that everyone has a fair chance to thrive going forward. I urge you, do not move backward. Do not whitewash the history or future of our city. Keep the word equity, keep the recognition of the Puyallup tribe, keep a vision of the Puyallup that belongs to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I would only ask that if we're going to make it through, I have a lot more to go. So if we could keep the applause in between to a minimum so that we can go ahead and make sure everybody gets the opportunity to speak. Again, I have quite a large number here. So with that, and I know you want to applaud, I'd say just keep it to a minimum so we can move through the individuals and give everybody the opportunity to thoroughly speak. Eladio Vargas, please.
Hello, my name is Eladio Vargas. I live in Puyallup's 1st District, and I'd like to share a short experience in response to the proposed changes in the comprehensive plan. One of the most valuable lessons I learned was from my 6th grade teacher in the Puyallup School District. She told me that we must study history in order to learn from it and avoid past mistakes. However, even with the horrible events that have happened in the past history and that are happening in our current history right now, the U.S. is deciding to run away from it and seeking to erase history itself. I wanted to voice that, although I'm not a voter, clearly, I'm going to vote for officials and representatives that share that same opinion and choose the harder path and choose to learn from history rather than running from it. I hope that saved time. It was a short speech, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Melissa Bedford, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dr. Melissa Bedford, and I am a proud educator and education leader. I'm here to speak against the proposed changes to the comprehensive plan, specifically the erasure of language tied to diversity, equity, and inclusion. As a proud multiracial Asian American, I believe it is imperative for our leaders and guiding documents to highlight the importance of diversity in our community. As mentioned by previous speakers, the Puyallup School District is now a majority-minority district. What message are you, our council, sending to our youth when you erase diversity? Well, as an educator, I'll tell you. You are telling our youth that you don't matter. You are telling our diverse families, you don't matter. People of color right now, including myself, are already living in a current climate where we fear what will happen to us for just existing. So I encourage you all on the City Council to vote no on these changes, because now is your opportunity to take a stand and show our community members of color, your constituents, that they matter. Thank you.
Thank you. J. Marie Johnson Cola.
Good evening, council members. My name is J. Marie Johnson Cola. No, Dr. J. Marie Johnson Cola. I am a 10-year Marine Corps veteran, and I come before you not only as a proud resident of District 1, but as a community convener, connector, and organizer, as a doctoral researcher in transformative social change, and the founder and president of Unity Infusion, a social purpose corporation. Tonight, I rise with urgency and conviction to express my firm opposition to the proposed changes to the 2044 Comprehensive Plan. Let me be clear. I honor the time and energy that has gone into this plan, but I must also name what is painfully evident with these changes. They do not reflect the full voice of Puyallup. How can we say it is a comprehensive plan when it excludes the lived experiences of so many? Where are the voices of our elders, of our youth, of our renters, of our tribal partners, of our small business owners, and of working families? Their absence is not just an oversight, it's a disservice to the very fabric of our city. These changes feel less like a shared vision and more like a top-down directive from the federal government. And that is why so many residents here are not just frustrated, they are disheartened. We feel unheard. We feel unseen. We feel uninvited to shape the future of the place that we all call home. I want to be clear. I'm not here to attack you, but I am here to join with all these to call you in, to remind you that you are the leaders who have been elected to co-create our beloved community with us. Co-creation demands trust, transparency, and true collaboration. This is not just a zoning or an infrastructure. This is about our mental health, This is about our physical well-being. This is about our safety. This is about our community's resilience. It's about building a city where every resident feels they belong and has a stake in what's to come. So I urge you, pause, reflect, and recommit. Thank you.
Thank you. David DeGroot. David DeGroot.
I'll get it. David DeGroot, District 3. Little bit different take. Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm a member of the Puyallup Planning Commission, but I'm speaking for myself only. Nearly 250 years ago, American colonial leaders gathered in Philadelphia to declare independence from a government based on the idea that rights and privileges should accrue to certain individuals based on their ancestry or lineage. The framers of our Constitution set about to create a system of government in which each citizen would have an equal right to protection and participation. The resulting outcome, a product of necessary compromise, was far from the ideal. But American citizens have spent over 200 years working toward that ideal, including Civil War, constitutional amendments, and laws that have moved us ever closer to equal rights for all. So close, in fact, that about 15 years ago, some in the progressive left decided that the goal should be changed from equality to equity. Equality is an absolute term that cannot be modified to apply to some but not all. Equity, on the other hand, is a fluid term that is specifically intended to apply to some but not all. Equity is nowhere a stated goal in either our national or state constitutions, but our draft comprehensive plan holds it up as the lens through which we determine policy. Equity is particularly problematic in our draft comprehensive plan because it applies to race or ethnicity, and those are the inherited characteristics of ancestry. An examination of history should be to ensure past wrongs are not repeated, not to play the flip side of the same record. Our draft comprehensive plan, as amended and approved at first reading, is intended in part to correct the introduction of ancestry as a factor in policy decisions. It deserves our full support. Thank you.
Christy Wright.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Christy Wright, and I am in District 2. I am speaking tonight in firm opposition to the proposal changes to our comprehensive plan, specifically the removal of what some may call due language with equality. This is not just wordsmithing, it's whitewashing. Let's be clear. Removing the language that protects public participation, transparency, and accountability is not progress, it's regression. The language that exists to ensure residents like me guarantee a seat at the table when decisions are being made about how our community grows, what gets built, who benefits, and who bears the costs. When you eliminate those protections, you silence the very people you're elected to serve. Any changing in the word equity to equality may sound harmless, but it is not. Equity acknowledges history, disparity, and lived experience. Equality assumes everyone is starting from the same place, which we know is simply not true. Swapping those terms is more than semantics. It's a deliberate move to erase the struggles of marginalized communities in our city. We should be honest enough to call it what it is. We also need to address the elephant in the room. The push to gut the comprehensive plan didn't originate here. It's being driven by national political pressure, presidential executive orders that aim to scrub local plans of any acknowledgement of systematic racism, equity, or community-led decision-making. That's just not wrong. It's undemocratic. We are not Washington, D.C. We are Puyallup. And we have the right and responsibility to shape our community based on truth, not fear. Based on justice, not politics. Please do not allow outside political agendas strip away our values or protect our voice. Do not weaken the very language that keeps this city transparent and fair. Do not replace equity with a hollow version, and please do not whitewash our history just because it is uncomfortable for some to confront. Stand with your constituents. Stand for a plan that reflects reality, responsibility, and respect. Thank you.
Eric Shoey. Eric Shoey.
Guess what I'm going to talk about? Okay. People of Puyallup and the council, hi, my name is Eric Shosi, and I'm here to speak about the foundations within the comprehensive plan. Specifically, 3 words in particular, and I know I've already talked about it, but I'm going to come at it from a different angle. I refer to the changes on page 1-2, which mention compliance with relevant executive orders. Notice how it says relevant, not legal, not law-abiding, just relevant. By definition, it only means closely connected. That vagueness is ripe for misuse. Come on. So, Washington has its own laws, we're aware, like the Keep Washington Working Act, the Washington Law Against Discrimination, both agreed upon by Congress here in the state, signed into law by the governor, and with 0 superseding federal statutes. So, to follow Trump's immigration orders or orders ending DEI initiatives or influencing elections, those would be relevant, but vastly illegal acts under state and even federal law, because the Constitution says we get to make our laws when there isn't a federal law. And as we all know, an executive order is not a law. Now, if the exact EOs are listed, right, and they follow state law, who are we to care? Awesome, cool. Follow state law, we're already on board. However, if they run afoul of state law, if the council ignores all of these warnings, if these words are kept within the comprehensive plan, then a valid argument could be made that such actions between 2 or more people intended to follow non-law and violate state law could breach RCW 9A.29.040, criminal conspiracy. In that sense, this possible crime itself is the motive. I don't want to follow the law, so I've written that I won't follow the law. However, substantial steps have already been taken by voting and putting it in writing. While white collar, this remains a Class B felony in Washington, punishable by up to 10 years. That our council may knowingly or will knowingly take part in something resembling a conspiracy is absolutely terrifying to fathom. So I stand here before you and the public to request that you not endanger our city, to invite lawsuits, or jeopardize your own positions. Let us continue following state law as the law demands and as our civic duty demands. I do ask that the city attorney kind of think about how the hell you're going to defend such vague language. Thank you.
Janet Hunter. Janet Hunter. I said Janet Hunter. It's Janet. Hi, Janet.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
I have lived on the south end of Puyallup for 37 years, raised my 2 daughters here. In fact, one of them spoke to you earlier tonight. I'm here to oppose the changes that are proposed for the comprehensive plan. I'm very concerned and disturbed about us whitewashing the tribal history, the land that we live on, its history, where it came from, and not respecting that history. I'm also a huge fan of the environment, so I want to protect it. I want it to stay clean and healthy, not just for me and my daughters, but for all of us and for the future. We need to think about the future. Climate change is real, making real differences in a lot of lives, and we need to pay attention to that. The only other thing I want to say is, we get caught up in this language and wonder what things mean, so I did a little tiny bit of research on equity and equality. Equality sounds great. It sounds like everybody's getting the same thing, which is what it is. But my other daughter showed me a meme, and it was about bicycles. If we gave everyone in Puyallup a bicycle, they would all be the same size, the same height, the same color, everybody get the same bike. And in this little meme, they showed the kid in the wheelchair who can't use the bicycle. And even little kids, because the bicycles are all one size. There's no way the little kid can use it, or even people with mental difficulties couldn't navigate a bicycle. So it's a simple example of how equality sounds great, but I don't know that I really want to live in a city that's just going to give everybody a bike and hope that it works for everyone. It's not looking at individuals and what they need. So, thank you.
Amelia Clubba. Is that correct? Amelia, Gluba.
Hello, council members. I live at 319 5th Street Southeast, and I'm new to the community, and I'm appalled to find out that you're trying to make amendments to the comprehensive plan. I believe in history and embrace DEI and climate change and want to follow the states of our laws of our state. And I just urge you to vote no on the amendments, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Bud Metzger.
Bud Metzger, District 3. I went to a lot of council meetings, as you all know. I've seen prior comprehensive plans, and the way in which you've gone about this at the last minute, trying to insert so many changes to the comprehensive plan, and then denying the compliments, or the not compliments, but the public's speech about your changes, led you to this position. You got here because you set it up. And for so long, you said, wow, I've heard many of you say, wow, no one's here. That must be because we're doing such a good job. Well, look around. You might be hearing somebody on the telephone or from some paid trip to Washington, D.C. You might be listening to whoever's talking to you there, by the way, flown at our expense. But you're not listening to the public as much as you could, or you wouldn't be in this position. And personally, yes, people are speaking. There's numerous people that want to speak. You should be rejoicing in it. You should have another meeting if needed. Because this is who Puyallup is. And everybody outside. You shouldn't reject people's involvement. People's involvement is a good thing. It means people care about Puyallup. Is there anything worth more? So I suggest that you listen more intently and rejoice in this, and rather than push it away or walk out of the room numerous times to do whatever you want to do. It's like some of you have. But I just think that, like with respect to the Lahar, you haven't done your due diligence in preparing and protecting the citizens of Puyallup. For instance, on the 167 extension, is there Lahar ratings on that? This building is Lahar rating. You know how many feet? Any of you? I don't think you're doing your due diligence. I know. You don't. How come? I don't think you're doing the job as well as you could. You need to protect the citizens of Puyallup.
30 seconds.
All of them. Thank you.
Chris Chisholm. Chris Chisholm. Chris Chisholm.
Thank you, Chris Chisholm, District 2. I spoke last time a month ago on these proposed amendments, and I'll try not to repeat, except that I do, for a particular reason, want to reiterate that 44% of the city voted for Trump and almost 52% voted for Kamala Harris. And the reason I bring that up is to, not just as the first time, to remind you, maybe you didn't know that, that inserting these kind of language into the comprehensive plan is not representative of your constituents. But I bring it up because this is a comprehensive plan, as Dr. Johnson-Cola pointed out, comprehensive. And so, I've been wondering for the last month, what could we do? And it was interesting that Linda Sorella kind of laid out the plan. I almost recommend delaying the vote to go back and listen to Dr. Johnson-Cola's speech that really lays out why everybody's upset here. And then Linda Sorella's plan, which is, you could, if you put in the work, as a few people have mentioned, get together, create a subcommittee of 3 of you, and come up with language that all 7 of you could agree on and bring this community together instead of dividing us by bringing national politics, national current ideology of the day into the city that you promised when you ran to be the people's choice, all the people. And, I haven't heard from, with my 3 representatives here, District 2 Representative King, Johnson, and my at-large Representative Gilliam, none of you are representing my opinion, my voice on this comprehensive plan that I have to live with for 20 years, that we all have to live with. And I think that you could all come together with language that you can all agree on. You represent all of us, Councilmember Gilliam.
30 seconds.
And it's time to lead and bring us all together. I know you can do that. We can't have a divisive 20-year plan that will go down in history as the biggest mistake since the 4-3 vote for warehouses that covered up our farmland. That's what this moment is. Thank you.
Marianne Hike. I believe it is Mariana Hike.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Hike, and I'm proudly lived in District 2 since 2003. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose any effort to remove diversity, equity, and inclusion from the City of Puyallup's comprehensive plan. Eliminating DEI sends the wrong message to a city made up of veterans, union families, small business owners, tribal neighbors, educators, and working parents like myself. DEI is not about politics. It's about people. It's about building a city where everyone's shared values are seen, they're included. Removing DEI from the plan not only dismisses the lived experiences of thousands of residents, it also threatens our economic future. Cities that embrace diversity attract talent, innovation, and investment. Doing away with DEI puts us at risk for falling behind, both socially and fiscally. We cannot grow responsibly without cultivating a positive culture, one rooted in fairness, respect, and belonging. I spent decades working in labor and with underrepresented communities. I've seen firsthand how inclusive policies create stronger job pipelines, safer neighborhoods, and greater public trust. To the council members, this is your opportunity to lead with integrity and vision. Stand up for the people who elected for you. Stand up for a future where Puyallup is welcoming, competitive, resilient. Keep DEI in the plan because our community deserves a city where everyone belongs and feels welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Gemma Stormhart.
Hi, thank you. My name is Gemma Stormhart. I'm from District 2. I am a disabled combat veteran, and I have come to express my opposition to the proposed amended changes. The people who elect you have voted repeatedly and in overwhelming numbers to oppose the actions of the current federal government. The voters here are also residents of Washington State, and what I don't understand is why, in what universe, any one of you would think that we would vote in one way as Washington residents and in contradictory ways as people who live in Puyallup. It doesn't make any logical sense. So the idea of violating state law and trying to sneak it in like at the last minute is really disappointing. It is also incredibly unconscionable to consider the changes proposed in this plan across the street from the Puyallup Fairground, which had at one point in time been an internment camp. The irony is not lost on any of us. I understand the difficulty of the position that you're in, opposing an institution as large and as terrifying as the federal government. But if you're not able to, get out of the way and let someone with Constitution willing to stand up against that bullying, please, because we don't want the things that you're proposing here. As the only argument that I've heard tonight in support of this is rooted in the opinions of dead white men 250 years past who live on the other side, almost 3,000 miles away. And as I said, they're dead. Why do we care what they have to say about our community today? We care about our community the way that it is, and we want to protect our community the way that it is. I still have a minute. I also stand before you as a spiritual druid, and I also am expressing my concern about the removal of some of the language around climate change. We people who live in the valley love our beautiful valley. Removing language that prioritizes our expression of love for our environment shows us, the people that you, our elected officials, are unwilling to stand with us in protection of our forests, in protection of our rivers, and in protection of our wild spaces. So please, please, please reconsider for the sake of our valley. Thank you very much.
Morgan Asher.
Good evening, Council. My name is Morgan Asher. I've lived in Puyallup for most of my life, and I currently own a home in District 2. I wasn't planning on speaking this evening, but hearing from many people brought up a recent experience with the city with me that I thought would provide some real-world application to what has been discussed this evening. Civic engagement is personally important to me, and to that end, I am trying to teach my children about civic engagement and giving them some opportunities to practice that. We've been following the city's effort to install a new skate park. Thank you for that. And we learned about it through a city council Zoom recording and announcements on Facebook through the Parks Department. And both my children and I went to both of the community feedback meetings that have gone on for the new skate park. At those meetings, we were invited to not only give our wishes for the new skate park, but also express any needs and concerns that we felt were valuable. Two things that I brought up at that meeting were shade for the skate park and the option that any art include or have an indigenous or native Puyallup representation. The representative of Grindline, or from Grindline, which is the contractor that the city has chosen to put in the new skate park, their response to my suggestion or request, could we have native art be a part of the new skate park? Their response was, unfortunately, well, I'm not going to contact them. I'm not going to reach out to them, but if they reach out to me, you will consider it. That was so disappointing. And then to my concern regarding shade at the skate park, which there's very little to no shade now. I guess depending on the time of day, there's a little bit of shade from the Arbor Vitae on the one side. But the response from the city parks representative was that we just don't have room in the budget to include any type of shade or shade structure. Again, it was really disappointing, and my concern is that if our future plans for Puyallup don't include action on climate change and recognizing our indigenous history and current indigenous community, that people that try to be civically engaged with the city will have the same disappointing experience that I did.
Mr. Mayor, the speaker's reached 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next person is Carol Cullen.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name's Carol Colleen. This is my brother Dale Colleen. We're from Edgewood, but Puyallup is our hometown. Our family history goes back in this valley. My husband's grandfather was a farmer in this valley in the 1880s. Our parents' families came here in the 1920s, and history is something I love. And I have collected our family stories, and I got an A+ on my 4th grade Washington State history scrapbook, which I still have because my mom kept it. It's under the TV. I graduated high school, went away to school in 1970, and I came back 4.5 years ago to take care of my mom. I visited a lot in the intervening decades. But I thought I was coming home essentially to the same place that I left. I found new things right away. I would drive past the Edgewood Junior High, which is part of the Puyallup school system where I went to school, where my mom went to school. And the playground, when I went to school at Edgemont, we had one brown-skinned boy in my entire elementary school career who was a Filipino child. And I drove past Edgemont the first couple of months, and that playground is so diverse. Children of every race and color. And I was stunned at how happy that made me. And I have had to go back and think about how my idyllic Edgewood childhood prepared me for life in the bigger world. I didn't meet a black person until I was 19 years old. And you can extrapolate from there. I was ill-prepared by my upbringing here, by how white it was. and I have had to reconsider our family stories because, oh gee, you all understand. I defer to all of the experts and the citizens who spent so much time on this comprehensive plan. I was invited to speak here because I'm part of the general protest against the current political climate. The idea that somebody has tried to change this plan at the last minute, it sounds like, and defer to the current political administration, which is an aberration. I hope you ski this bump and vote against these changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Carol. Okay. The next person, Brianna. And Brianna, I'm going to say Solis. Hopefully that was correct. Okay.
Good evening, council members. Ooh, starting off with a tongue tie. All right. Hello, my name is Brianna Solis. I am a constituent of District 2. I have lived in Puyallup my entire life. I was born at Good Sam, lived up on Shaw and 23rd, went to Emerald Ridge High School and graduated in 2012. Afterwards, I went off to Western Washington University, where I spent 4.5 years learning to become a teacher, and came back to Puyallup and started teaching at Chief Lesh High Schools. I am especially concerned with hearing about the proposed changes where we are whitewashing, erasing the history of what happened to people who are still living here, who are still feeling the effects of what colonialism, imperialism has done to them. I would just like to look around the room, raise of hands. Has anyone heard of the fish wars of 1960 and 70s? Okay. No offense to those who rose their hands, but I believe some of you may have lived through it, and that is possibly why you heard about it. It's a good thing. I never heard about those in school. I went to Ridgecrest, Ferrucci, then Emerald Ridge. I never heard about the fish wars of the 60s and 70s. For those of you who don't know, the state of Washington decided to ignore the language of the Medicine Creek Treaty language that stated that the Puyallup tribal people were given permission to fish and hunt in their accustomed methods and lands. And when they tried to do that in the 60s and 70s, non-violently, just following the things that they have done since time immemorial, the cops were called on them, they were gassed, beaten, and arrested. I have met people who remember these riots. They're still alive today. And I never learned about that. That's part of my history as a proud Puyallup resident who came back here after spending 4.5 years up in Bellingham. And I think that it is purely atrocious, the things that do not make it into our history books and still have not made it into our history books and are at risk of never entering our history books given these amendments. I strongly urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I will now open the microphone up to anyone else who has not signed up. If they wish to come forward, please come forward, ma'am, and to state your name and your address or what district you're from. If you don't happen to know what district, your address will suffice.
My name is Susan Dovry. I've lived on Tacoma Road since, well, it's 43 years. I don't know my district. I haven't gotten involved in city politics. One of the reasons for that is my husband graduated in the early 60s from Puyallup High School. I have 7 children who have gone through the Puyallup school system and graduated. And the story that I have seen, that I heard, that I continue to hear is that Puyallup wants to stay a certain way, and that Puyallupites, not everyone, clearly, not everyone, can be rude and unwelcoming. And I'm watching this proceeding tonight, and the words that keep coming to my mind are, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. I can feel it. I can feel an arrogance. I can feel that some of you think that you know better than the people who elected you. And you don't seem to feel bound. Do you think you have a mandate from somewhere higher to just ignore what people are saying? If you do, move to Alabama. You know? I mean, seriously, move to Washington. Be a part of that flouting our Constitution. Flouting is a kind word. Be a part of that if that's what you want. But let Puyallup grow. Let Puyallup be as good as its people are, not as some people think it is, was, and can continue to be. I mean, really. You know that Puyallup is the third richest river valley in the world, after the Yangtze and the Nile. And yet, after the Yangtze and the Nile, the third.
30 seconds.
And what have we done? What has our city government done? You know, I don't know who of you may have been involved at that time. John was here. We are arrogant. Puyallupites, the old guard, the old white guard, are arrogant. They think they know better than anyone else. You might be smarter.
Speakers reach 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to come forward? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank so many of Puyallup for being here.
Sir, for the record, just state your name,
sorry.
please.
My apologies. My name is Bailey Summerhill. I live in District 2.
Your full name again?
Bailey Summerhill.
Summerhill. Okay.
Yes. That actually is a native last name. Thank you, Puyallup. Thank you so much for being here. It warms so much of my heart because I'm so tired and worried and scared of where we are going and what we are wanting to do as a city, as a state, and as a nation. And am I allowed to ask any of you a question? Or
no.
Not directly a question, but can I ask the council a question?
No, you cannot.
Copy. Anyone else in the crowd, if you pull out a dollar bill, you'll see on that dollar bill, at the top of the pyramid, there is the Latin phrase, annua coeptis. This means he understands our undertaking. It was built and put there by the people who made our money of this country, our people are in progress. We are meant to be in progress. It's never a finished state. And the removal of language that is inclusive of the people who live here is only reductive and pulls back from where we are supposed to be going. We are supposed to build and learn from each other. And anything other than that, I think is cowardice. I think it's shrinking away from the progress of where history is supposed to go. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Okay, anyone else wishing to come forward? Sir, please.
My name is Robert Blakey, and I have a very short message. I'm really interested in hearing what you folks are actually going to decide this evening on this motion, which is number 5 on your agenda afterwards here. Whether you're going to have the courage to vote it down like the people of your fine city that have attended here would like you to do, or whether you're not going to have that courage and you're going to defer it to a future meeting, hoping that we all don't show up again. Thank you.
The item is on the agenda, and that vote will take place at that time. So anyone else wishing to come forward? Okay, seeing none, we're now going to move on to the consent agenda. This is where we have a list of items that have been agreed to, or they are agreed to by consensus. They're non-controversial. We will take one vote for all of them. Having said that, do I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Now we'll go ahead and move on to item number 4, public hearing. This is a public hearing on an interim zoning controls to accommodate middle housing allowances. Katie Baker, if you could come forward. I believe, will I have to enter into a separate public hearing at this point?
Yes, I'll have just a brief presentation, and then we'll have you open the public hearing.
Okay, correct. Proceed.
Thank you. Katie Baker, Planning Division. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I do just have a brief presentation before we open the public hearing. This is in regards to the interim middle housing ordinance that Council adopted in June. There is no action tonight, as you've already adopted this interim ordinance, just to hold this public hearing, and then these comments will be taken into consideration as staff works with the Planning Commission over the next few months on the permanent ordinance. So as a refresher, this relates to House Bill 1110 that was adopted a couple of years ago to require cities to allow for middle housing in all predominantly residential zones. Cities are required to include 6 of the 9 types of middle housing, and that's defined as duplexes, triplexes, 4plexes, 5plexes, 6plexes, townhouses, stacked flats, courtyard apartments, and cottage housing. House Bill 1110 requires that for a city of our size, we allow at least 2 units, 2 middle housing units per lot. If a lot is within a quarter mile from a major transit stop, 4 units are allowed, and if at least 1 unit is affordable, then 4 units are also allowed. So this interim zoning ordinance that Council has adopted creates a new temporary code section to ensure that the city complies with the state legislation. This was due to compliance was due by June 30th, and we did meet that deadline with the interim ordinance. This interim ordinance gives staff an opportunity to work with the community, the Planning Commission, and City Council to further develop permanent code regulations. In that interim ordinance, the Council did allow for 2 middle housing units per lot in all residential, single-family residential zones, and up to 4 units if at least 1 is affordable. The types allowed are duplexes, triplexes, 4plexes, stacked flats, townhouses, and cottage housing. The interim rules also limit middle housing on portions of lots with critical areas or their buffers, such as wetlands, streams, landslide hazard areas, as well as limiting middle housing on lots within the volcanic hazard area or the Lahar zone. In those areas, previously established middle housing allowances will continue, which primarily allow duplexes and triplexes on certain lots in the RS4, RS6, and RS8 zones, depending on lot size and proximity of that lot to other middle housing units. The map on the screen in front of you shows in red the volcanic hazard area, the portion of the volcanic hazard area where middle housing is prohibited in its new rules. The area in green or outside of the buffer entirely, the new middle housing rules would apply. So again, the interim zoning ordinance became effective June 22nd. It is in place for 180 days unless the council otherwise extends that deadline. The action tonight is to hold a public hearing on those interim regulations, but no other action is required. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are now in public hearing. I believe at this time, if anyone has any testimony they would like to provide, Dan, could you please read any kind of guidelines we have regarding public testimony on a hearing as such?
We have no specific guidelines on that except that it's a 2-minute time period and the comments must be on the agenda item itself.
Okay. So having said that, is there anyone who would like to come forward and talk specifically about that? I see Mr. Romich. Please come forward.
Yep, Paul Romich, District 1. So, I mean, for the contents of middle housing, yes, I'm absolutely in favor. The city needs more housing. We are seeing a cost of living crisis put people on the streets. We are seeing people make tragic decisions of staying with abusive spouses or choosing to homelessness. And if they do choose to leave, they might get stuck in a shelter, in which troubles has difficulty placing them into homes. And we're seeing young people stuck with their parents longer than they might want to see. And they go to Seattle or maybe out of state to find somewhere that they can get a job that can afford a place to live. And Puyallup's not that place. What I'm against is the very restrictive map we saw there. That map limits most of the city and most of the infrastructure from that city, from our city, right? We're not taking advantage of what we've already built, instead pushing it towards the edges. And that's only going to increase traffic. And then if we don't build it here, it will go out. Every 6 units we build up, we save 1 acre of sprawl. That is awesome when we consider each acre of sprawl adds so much traffic, as we've seen over the last 40 years here in Puyallup. And from South Hill and beyond, all that growth could have been prevented if we allowed for more dense infill and take advantage of what our city truly has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Sir, please.
Mayor, members of the councils, for the record, Aaron Hollenberg, Government Affairs Director for the Master Builders Association of Pierce County, also a Puyallup resident myself, live downtown. I'll keep my comments brief. We submitted a concern letter before final passage of this ordinance. So just here to kind of restate our concerns that the Master Builders Association of Pierce County believes that this ordinance is in direct defiance to state law, singling out middle housing where normal single family is allowed. It is our belief that this restrictive, like I said, is against state law. And in fact, the code to justify such changes and such restrictions in middle housing is only in reference, it's not actually in reference to housing, it's in reference to critical, or what is it, sorry. It is critical infrastructure and high capacity usage, so anything 1,000 people or more. So we look forward to continuing engaging with the council, so please feel free to reach out. We'd like to work on this and encourage the council to address this before the interim and permanent regulations are put in. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Okay, with that, is there anyone else? Seeing no one else, we are now out of the public hearing regarding that. We're now moving into number 5, ordinance. Second reading of an ordinance adopting Puyallup 2044 Comprehensive Plan periodic update. Kendall Walls, if you could please come forward. Excuse me, Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we pass second reading of an ordinance adopting the Puyallup 2044 Comprehensive Plan periodic update as stated before us.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there is a second. It's now before us. Councilmember Whitting.
I'd like to speak on that. Is that appropriate at this time?
It is.
I'd just like to start off by expressing my appreciation to everyone that came out here this evening. The democratic process requires that our citizens be engaged, and obviously you are all engaged. And this has been a somewhat divisive, shall I say. Most of our council meetings are pretty congenial, and I've been uncomfortable at times during the course of this meeting, and I like it a lot better when everybody's in agreement and we can all work together and respect each other and honor each other. And I'd just like to say at this time that I've worked with all of my council colleagues over the some of them longer, between 5 years and a year and a half, depending on when they were elected. I've been on council for 5.5 years and have enjoyed my time on council, and I respect my colleagues, and I respect them from the standpoint that I think all of us are trying to do what's right for Puyallup and do a good job and do what's best for Puyallup, and we don't always agree, and obviously this is one of those issues where we don't agree, but I want to encourage everyone to respect the good intentions. I don't think there's bad intentions here. I'd like to particularly honor David DeGroot. He came in here as the sole voice of a point of view, and that took courage. You know, how many of you would have felt comfortable walking in? You know, we talk about diversity and having a black man walk down the streets of an all-white city. That's a pretty uncomfortable place to be, and so I've got to give credit to David for coming out here and expressing an opinion that wasn't very popular tonight. So I wanted to start off with that. I also we've had some comments about climate change tonight, and that's been a fairly small part of the meeting, but I wanted to address those concerns, and the amendment to the comp plan that dealt with climate change was one I personally wrote, and the intention of that rewrite was not to take away any of the guarantees and the concerns and the protection of our environment. It really had more to do with the last subject we talked about, affordable housing, and that particular code provision required the developers go through an environmental assessment process in the course of their permitting process that I felt added too much administrative burden and cost, and would drive up the cost of housing in our community. And so I didn't think that was appropriate. But I wanted to call to your attention, there's in the comp plan, there's a natural environment section, a land use section. Those all deal with how we protect our environment. The city also has an environment and sustainability action plan, which I will call to your attention. And it gives pretty robust protections for the environment, and I think as you read that, you'll be comforted. And those climate concerns about how Puyallup is going to address those issues, I think you'll feel better about it because the protections are there. So that takes care of the climate piece that I wanted to address. So now we come back to the DEI section, and you know, we're in a tough time, and I think part of the issue we've got here is our divisive national environment has crept into our meeting tonight, and I think we know why that happened. The federal government is getting more involved in state, local politics and the way we live our lives in a pretty direct fashion, which we've pushed back on some of the intrusions that state government has had on Puyallup and how we try to run our city, and I think we need to do the same at the national level, which in my opinion is far worse. But I'd like to talk a little bit about language too, and the way people understand language. Language, we think we understand what somebody means, but with a particular word, and words mean different things to different people. So I think most of the people here tonight have a common understanding of what equality and equity means, but there's clearly some people that understand equity and equality a little bit differently. And I think we all want an inclusive community, one that we know our neighbors, we like our neighbors, doesn't matter who our neighbor is. We want to get along with them. We want to have a vigorous community. We want it to be open to all. I don't think there's any intent on the part of the council to exclude anybody. I hope there's not. So anyway, I think we've heard loud and clear from all of you that we need to go to work on this and make some changes, and so I'm not going to support the second reading here. I think we need to do better. So those are my thank you.
Councilmember Whitting, are you through? Okay.
I'm through.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everyone that came out this evening. You were most generous with your most precious commodity, which is your time. And it's evident that this is very important. And I'm very grateful that folks are hanging tough at a late hour to voice your concerns and your opinions. I recently visited the African American History Museum in Washington, D.C., and there were a lot of quotes there that really moved me, and it was a very moving and long day that had a profound impact on me. And frankly, I'm frustrated with myself that it took me so long to get there, to actually spend time in the museum. A lot of quotes, but one that really stuck with me and that I think about as we're discussing the comprehensive plan and the amendments that have been hung to it is one by John Carlos, who is an Olympian, and shared in the museum in the sports section is, how can you ask someone to live in the world, to exist in the world, and not have something to say about injustice? And frankly, I cannot sit here and support this comprehensive plan with the amendments that are hung. It is completely contradictory to everything I believe and stand for as a human, how I was brought up right here in Puyallup. And I voted no in first reading. I'll vote no again tonight. I am disappointed to vote no because I know how much time and energy and effort staff has put into this, that citizen volunteers like on the Planning Commission have put into this. And again, how generous Puyallup residents have been with your time participating in the process. It really pains me to basically, diminish that work. It's hard work, and it was good work. It very much pains me. Now, I once had a boss that said, those who live by the crystal ball are condemned to eating glass. And I don't think I'm going to eat glass in this case, but what I will say is that I foresee a situation that some of you have alluded to this evening where the city of Puyallup will face litigation with the state of Washington, and it will be costly, and I will be disappointed, all in the name of stymieing implementing Washington state law. And that is very frustrating to me. I will vote no, like I did before. I thank you again for all being participants in this very important decision, and I hope that we can do better. Thank you.
Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. So I appreciate everybody that came out today. One of the things that has been a little bit disheartening to me is just since the pandemic, the civic engagement, we haven't recaptured that. And so I'm really grateful that you guys are here today and that you participated in this process. I was pretty clear with my comments last meeting. I do not and will not support this second reading for a myriad of reasons. None more importantly, I don't believe it represents our community. I don't believe this is who we are. And several comments tonight. This is a 20-year plan. I think I'm the only one on this council, maybe Councilmember Johnson, I'm not sure, that has been through this process before with the city. That says been here too long. This is not who we are. This is not, I don't know. I'm frustrated. I'm disappointed. I'm sad that this is what we have put before you. It is not representative of our community, and it is not good stewards of our taxpayers' dollars. We are not going to win this battle. And so I do not understand why we would take a 4-year president's administration's directives and implement them on a 20-year plan. It makes no sense to me. I don't think it's good stewards of our taxpayer dollars, and I don't think it's representative of who we are. So I will continue to vote no.
Other comments? As mayor, I'll provide comments. Very interesting this evening. Again, I too want to thank all of you for being here. It's good to see such vigorous discussion, and it's good to see the different perspectives. Having grown up here in Puyallup, I think someone alluded to the fact that I lived 65 years in the same house. I feel like I have grown up with many of you. I have, from my grade school, I would say 25 siblings. They're not just old classmates, but I grew up with them. They're like siblings. So this means a tremendous amount to me, being up here. So I want to let you know where I'm coming from. It was mentioned that, terms like mega and also terms like that this community voted for Kamala Harris and not for Trump. And we up here, we're nonpartisan. We are nonpartisan. And, but it wouldn't take much of an internet search for you to find out that I was elected 5 times to the state legislature from here. I represented the people that I grew up with, 2 in the state house, 3 terms as a senator, and I did that all as a Democrat. I can tell you this, though, that I was very frustrated in that experience how race was often used as something to divide people. I saw Richard Nixon with his use of the affirmative action with the Philadelphia plan, where it was purposely put out there to divide the union membership, the necessity of looking at race first. In fact, in the state legislature, when we revisited this, I was very much adamantly in favor of a class-based affirmative action. And as any of you know, that in the 1960s, that was quite a debated point as to whether we have class-based or race-based. And some, in fact, believe that Martin Luther King probably would have been more along on the class-based, because he understood that identifying race as the primary immutable characteristic of which you base decisions would have negative consequences. I believe very much in what Chief Justice Roberts has said, and this is the conclusion I have come to in all my years of public service. The way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discrimination on the basis of race. And that's Justice Roberts, and he's used that in a number of opinions. Latest in 2023, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, went on to say one of the principal reasons race is treated as for forbidden classification is that it demeans the dignity and worth of a person to be judged by ancestry instead of by his own merit and essential qualities. And I believe that is the goal we are trying to achieve. I don't believe you can achieve that by all of a sudden giving preferences to people based on their color. And I'll go into more detail of that. You should not use color as a distinguishing characteristic for policy. But let me address the issue of the modifications to the tribal history section. There's been many comments that this was whitewashing, things of that sort. Keep this in mind, that no comprehensive plan that we have ever had has included a history section prior. They haven't been there. There were requests for us to remove that. And it was always assumed that we would adhere to laws and we'd adhere to treaties that have been in effect. In fact, this is the Tribal Settlement Agreement from 1999, I believe it was in 1989, excuse me, that we do operate, and we have an agreement with the Puyallup tribe. And so although there were requests for us to eliminate that section, we thought we would keep it. But we thought we would limit any exposure liability. Let me give you an example. When you read the other version, the first version, it uses the term since time immemorial. Now, it sounds very poetic, but in reality, it's actually a legal term that is often used in property disputes, water rights, to establish the existence of long-standing rights, etc. And there are several court cases associated with that. The Wallapai tribe, the Apache tribe, the Bolt decision that was mentioned here. I lived through those fish wars, by the way. I lived on the river growing up. It's where I still live. But knowing this, I could not put the citizens of Puyallup at risk for future lawsuits, knowing that we're inserting legal terminology now into a document that's really more about planning. And so we did change it. We changed it to stating that the Puyallups have lived in the region for generations predating recorded history. Now, that's a very respectful way to modify, go from a legal statement to stating in a very respectful manner that people have traditions on that particular land. Other changes we made where it was utilized, where we had used terms like steward lands, which could imply ownership, we changed to the Puyallups have had a long-standing cultural and historical ties to these lands and continue to maintain their traditions today. All of the modifications we made were very respectful. But as leaders of the city of Puyallup, we cannot cede, acknowledge, or recognize ownership rights beyond what is already recognized by law. We can't do that. And it was a clear oversight by the drafters of the original version of this plan. This is not, and I will ask, you don't have the right to disrupt when someone is trying to make an argument. And I think we gave everyone else that care and concern when they were doing it. This is not about denying or minimizing the deep, rich, and ongoing presence of the Puyallup tribe in this region. It's about avoiding the use of specific legal terminology that could expose the city to future litigation or be construed as making formal legal concessions, something only a court or treaty body is empowered to do. The plan, as modified, seeks to be historically respectful, but legally neutral. We recognize and honor the history of the Puyallup people while ensuring that the comprehensive plan remains a planning document, not a legal instrument. With that, I'd like to make some final points on the comprehensive plan and the reasons why I'll be voting for it. In actuality, we have more inclusive language, not less inclusive language. The final version of this, uses terms like underserved and disadvantaged to include all residents facing barriers, such as isolated seniors, low-income families, immigrants, and individuals with disabilities, regardless of race. It ensures that all residents facing barriers to access to public resources and services are recognized and supported. It targets measurable disadvantage, not identity. In contrast, terms like marginalized are not legal terms. They lack legal definition and are susceptible to shifting political interpretations. The criticism of replacing equity with equality, I believe, is misplaced. Consider two 82-year-old widows in Puyallup, both isolated, living on Social Security and experiencing functional impairments. One is a person of color and the other is not. Should only one receiving priority and public resources? Should we only give one person that priority? Of course not. Their need, not their ancestry, should drive our response. True inclusion means recognizing and supporting all people who face barriers. The second point I would like to make is that what we are doing in the comprehensive modification of the plan is legally sound and aligned with constitutional standards. Race-neutral terminology aligns with both Washington state law and the U.S. Constitution. And these are just from the latest U.S. Supreme Court. Eliminating racial discrimination means eliminating all of it. The twin commands of Equal Protection Clause are that race may never be used as a negative and may not operate as a stereotype. They're very emphatic about that. In fact, the only way that we can deviate from actually not using racial designations is something called strict scrutiny. And the court specifically identifies that. And it says it has to be in very narrow cases. You have to identify the individual discriminated against, the compensation or the remedy, and have a time limit. But it's extremely narrow. I believe that actually through this proposal that we have in the long term, and maybe that crystal ball would be appropriate, but in my opinion, we will gain greater public support because it will be through unity and not division. By focusing on shared challenges rather than identity-based classifications, this version fosters greater community consensus. Equity frameworks that divide residents by group identity often breed resentment and erode a common civic identity. We need to tackle our city's real challenges. I can tell you from personal experience, as a young man, I lived in the Middle East, and I was there during the Lebanese War, and I saw where centuries of preference given to particular racial groups, institutionalized groups, would cause resentment that when the Lebanese War went on, just hundreds of thousands of people were killed during that time. And the resentment just builds and it continues decade after decade. I agree with Justice Roberts. The way we put an end is we say no discrimination, and the way we solve it is by not discriminating. Finally, let me say that if we prioritize vulnerability and access disparities, such as housing, income, this enables to be more precise and effective with the allocation of our resources, because we're not assuming that just because a person looks a particular way, that therefore they have a particular need. We are taking our resources and we are putting them, again, to the economic vulnerable and also those people who have disparities in access to the services they need. So I believe this is the best approach. I believe that saying that as a person who comes from a political background, who comes from a background where I think I'm a fairly centrist individual. I've come from, again, now I'm in a bipartisan environment, and I welcome that. So with that, I want to thank again all of you for being here this evening and hearing all this debate. I appreciate all your perspectives. I hope you appreciate mine. With that, Councilmember Johnson, do you have some words?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'd like to call for the vote.
Okay, that's fine. Excuse me, could we have, do we have our police present? Okay. Because we have, okay, that's fine. Please sit down. With that, we are now going to go for a vote. We're going to go directly to a roll call vote. Clerk, could you please?
Mr. Mayor, wouldn't we have just a point of clarity? I don't usually have a vote and then do a roll call after that, so you would call for the vote and then call for a vote.
Or we could go straight.
Okay, whatever you prefer.
Okay, let's go straight to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Adler?
Nay.
Councilmember Johnson?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor King?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilliam?
Aye.
Councilmember Whitting?
Nay.
Councilmember Dorr?
Nay.
Mayor Castema?
Aye. Okay, the comprehensive plan as modified passes. Please. We will now move on to resolutions. A resolution 6A. Confirming the appointments to various citizen volunteer boards and commissions. Chief Clerk Dan Vessels, could you please come forward?
Yes, Mayor Castema. So this evening, what you have before you is a resolution to approve multiple appointments to some of our volunteer boards and commissions. The ad hoc committee interviewed candidates on July 8th, and before you, there is a resolution to appoint members to the following commissions and boards. Those are the Arts and Culture Commission, our Council Salary Commission, Design Review and Historic Preservation Board, our Senior Advisory Board, and the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, excellent. Let's move on to other business, 7A, state and federal government relations update. And we'll have our public affairs officer, Eric Johnson. He'll introduce the update.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Castema and Council. Eric Johnson, Public Affairs Officer, and this evening we will be providing you all with an update from our federal lobbyist team as well as our state lobbyist team. So on tonight's agenda, first off, we will be getting an update from our federal lobbyist team, Jen Covino from Covino, Smith & Simon, which provides federal lobbying services on behalf of the city in Washington, D.C., and then she will also touch upon the federal earmark request that we have made this year. And then we will transition over to the state level with our state lobbyist team, Luke Esser and Jim Hedrick, who are here. We'll give you an update on what's all been happening with state legislature in Olympia, as well as key bills that will impact the city. And then we will also talk a little bit about our two state capital budget requests that we've made and have successfully received funding from this year. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Jen Covino, who is joining us via Zoom. Jen, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you. All right, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to you, Jen, to give us an update what's been going on at the federal level. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Eric. We appreciate all your support throughout the past several months. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the city manager, Steve, and his team. And I also want to thank the mayor and the council for your engagement this evening, as well as your willingness to directly engage federal officials over the past several months. I also want to thank members of the public for their engagement tonight. As someone based back here in Washington, D.C., I will tell you it is heartening to all of us to see the level of engagement I've personally witnessed here at this council meeting tonight, and I want to just express my own appreciation for that engagement. Mayor and council, I also want to just quickly acknowledge the difficult choices before you all that are being posed by the federal administration at this point in time, and thank you for your service in navigating these uncertain times stemming from Washington, D.C. So I am going to quickly get started with an overview of just the status of our federal earmark requests that were submitted to members of our congressional delegation this year, and provide some quick context on the outlook for the federal fiscal year 2026 moving forward. Really quickly, just wanted to flag, we submitted two different projects for the consideration of our members of Congress. Those included your Meeker Street Improvement Project that would provide federal funding to support ADA accessibility improvements and streetscape improvements, at Meeker Street to support your festival needs there moving forward. And then we also submitted a separate earmark request for the police designated crisis responser program to provide supplemental resources and staffing for the police department to alleviate burdens on law enforcement officials to help address the needs of individuals who are suffering from mental health, behavioral health crisis, or substance use disorder. I'm heartened to report that both earmark requests were selected by your members of Congress to advance to further consideration by the House and Senate Appropriations Committee. Congresswoman Strickland chose the Meeker Street Improvement Project, which is a repeat request from last year. She was ultimately able to secure an $850,000 federal investment in the Transportation and Housing and Urban Development spending bill. The House Appropriations Committee did confirm the inclusion of that request in what is known as the THUD spending bill, that's Transportation and Housing and Urban Development, and the Appropriations Committee has approved that. It now lives in the House version of that bill. Unfortunately, and this is hot off the presses as of this evening, Senator Cantwell's request for your police designated crisis responder program was unfortunately not chosen for further consideration at the committee level. The senator did pass it on to the committee for review. Unfortunately, it seems that the trend in the Senate is that given some of the constraints and the fact that last year in federal fiscal year 2025, Congress ultimately was not able to reconcile the 12 different spending bills that authorize funding at the federal level. It seems as though, given the fact that they were unable to move forward with earmark requests from last year, there's an oversubscription happening this year, and so they are trying to limit each unit of state or local government to one request to the greatest extent possible. So I have a feeling that because your Meeker Street project was revealed in the House side of the fence earlier in the summer, it seems to me, I think the Senate Appropriations Committee tried to allow project sponsors to maintain their higher requests in one chamber versus the other. I do want to offer just a general diminishing sense of optimism back here in Washington, D.C., involving the overall budget and appropriations process moving forward, looking ahead to federal fiscal year 2026. I will say there are some inter-party infighting and complications going on, and being able to reconcile the House and Senate versions of the spending bills is necessary to get to what is known as an omnibus funding agreement back here. The Senate needs 60 votes to advance any spending bill. That would require 7 Democrats coming across the aisle to offer bipartisan support for these spending bills. And it is unclear as of today what the will of the Democratic minority in the Senate is to give any votes over to the Republican majority if these appropriations bills are lacking certain assurances around the executive branch and its potential to rescind or impound congressionally appropriated funding. So there are some constitutional questions surrounding that, but just wanted to share that your Meeker Street project being included in the House THUD spending bill at this moment, unfortunately, does not guarantee funding, but I do want to congratulate staff for their favorable consideration thus far in the process and our hopes of seeing that finally get over the finish line, hopefully before the start of the federal fiscal year this October 1st, if not then potentially in the months thereafter. I do want to note the trend across most of the spending bills that have been introduced in the House. I know tonight there has been a very robust discussion focused on President Trump's executive orders that seek to eliminate any reference to diversity, equity, and inclusion in federal funding and grant agreements. Of course, I have heard, the public's interpretation around the implementation of that executive order. I would just remind those who are in attendance that while there is not necessarily a mandate for local governments to eliminate DEI initiatives, the carrot that the federal government is attempting to utilize here is putting conditions on federal funding across various federal agencies. And for those of us who have been tracking the implementation of that executive order, obviously there has been judicial challenges posed in response to that, and several cases are moving forward We have seen judges place preliminary injunctions blocking implementation of several provisions of that DEI executive order, ultimately to be turned around at a later point in time over the past several months. I will just call attention to the fact that as we monitor the review that is ongoing within the courts, at this moment in time, the administration has been allowed to move forward with implementation of provisions related to federal funding agreements. Just as we move forward monitoring the separate legislative process, we are seeing language across these dozen different spending bills coming out of the House of Representatives that would seek to codify the implementation of President Trump's executive order on DEI. So I am just merely putting this out there for your awareness. And I hope, I will just explain, our firm solely serves units of local government. And so I've been having difficult conversations with local government, elected officials, and public administrators across the nation about the implications of not only this executive order, but many others. And I will just offer, the acknowledgement that as the city, moves forward with implementation of your consolidated plan and other efforts, we are mindful of not only the executive orders, but also a concurrent legislative process that seeks to codify the president's efforts. And I am happy to respond to any questions you may have about those executive orders. Since I am limited on time, I did want to just offer a very quick review of the recent budget reconciliation measure that was passed by Congress and enacted into law. I know that from an individual taxpayer perspective, I am certain that individuals within the community will have questions about potential benefits of this legislation, as well as some concerns with various pieces of the legislation. I wanted to sort of give you a very fast review of what I refer to as the greatest hits of the legislation that are of concern to your city government's operations. There are some beneficial provisions contained within the law. And then finally, I will quickly review some of the greatest hits from an individual taxpayer perspective, just for your awareness, so that families and individuals who reside in the community may be empowered to understand some of the new incentives that are available to them for things like dependent care. So on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, very quickly, again, from a local government perspective, I want to note that this legislation that has now become law on July 4th does maintain the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds that underpin your public investment related to housing, infrastructure, schools, and economic development. The law also makes permanent the low-income housing tax credit program. It increases the 9% LIHTC tax credit authority by 12% permanently. It also lowers the 50% private activity bond threshold test for the 4% LIHTC credit to only 25%, which should stretch LIHTC allocations twice as far, hypothetically. Analysts estimate that these LIHTC reforms should spur the development or preservation of more than 1 million affordable housing units over the next decade. So I think that is something that can make communities hopeful. The legislation also makes permanent the New Markets Tax Credit Program that's overseen by the U.S. Department of Treasury. That program allows individual or corporate investors to receive a federal tax credit for making indirect investments in low-income communities and businesses. The credit is used to offset federal income tax. I wanted to stress the fact that the city of Puyallup has a number of census tracts that would qualify for the New Markets Tax Credit Program. And so I would call your attention to looking at opportunities to support projects that meet the qualified investment criteria through the Department of Treasury for the future. Also, very quickly, I know that the city does not currently have any designated opportunity zones. The new law will make permanent the Opportunity Zones program that was set to expire at the end of next year. I will encourage you to work in conjunction with your partners in Pierce County and Washington State to potentially pursue a designation of low-income, economically distressed census tracts. If you were interested in clean energy tax credits that were authorized by the Inflation Reduction Act, there are a number of changes that will either phase out or restrict eligibility for several of the provisions. I will note that solar and wind projects are generally going to have a more difficult path moving forward, although lawmakers did maintain a window until July 4th of 2026 for projects to begin construction in order to receive tax credits that were available through the Inflation Reduction Act and its direct pay provisions. You might sit there and say, wait, a city government does not pay taxes. Well, for the first time under the Inflation Reduction Act, tax credits became reimbursable to local government entities through direct pay provisions. There are several other tax credits that are either maintained or even enhanced in some cases, largely related to geothermal energy, hydropower, hydrogen, and nuclear power. And so if the city has any interest in pursuing renewable energy sources, I would encourage you to take a look at what has been maintained. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act also includes quite a bit of fun of that. I will say that the funds that become available to units of state and local government and their law enforcement functions through the U.S. Department of Justice will have several conditions, including compliance with Section 1373 under Title 8 of the U.S. Code to ensure compliance or cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. And I understand that that is a sensitive topic for local governments who are considering whether or not to apply for these funds. Finally, I just want to note this legislation does not ultimately include a moratorium on limiting AI use. There was some discussion about a prohibition on state and local governments and their ability to implement any laws that limit, restrict, or regulate the use of AI technology or systems. That was ultimately left out of the bill. Another controversial provision on this that would mandate the sale of federal lands that were overseen by the Forest Service or the Bureau of Land Management. That did not make it into the bill. And finally, I think, again, from a public health and public safety perspective, there are concerns about the reconciliation law and its provisions related to Medicaid policy, eligibility, and administration at the state and local level. There are a number of new requirements, particularly those related to work requirements for Medicaid recipients between the ages of 19 to 64, with some limited exemptions for those who are either minors, parents or caretakers of minors who are age 13 or younger, individuals with disabilities or medical hardships, or residents of presidentially declared disaster areas. Those requirements will become effective at a later point in time. There's also additional cumbersome requirements for state governments to oversee with continued verification and eligibility screenings for Medicaid on a more often and regular basis. I think, from my engagement with local government officials, particularly law enforcement, there are some concerns about limiting access, increasing issues related to mental health, behavioral health, and substance use disorders, potentially impacting the community and putting additional stress on your law enforcement officers. So with that, just glad to provide this very general overview. I will quickly note from an individual perspective, there are some helpful things in this bill for families. Very quickly, it does increase the non-refundable child tax credit to $2,200 per child per year, indexed for inflation, with a new requirement that at least one parent provides a Social Security number. It increases the standard deduction for both individuals and married couples, as well as heads of household. It would provide seniors with an additional $6,000 deduction through 2028. It creates new Trump savings accounts for newborn children with the federal government contribution of $1,000 per child born between 2025 to 2028. It maintains the home mortgage interest deduction at $750,000 worth of debt per household. It will also increase the state and local tax deduction cap from $10,000 at its current cap up to $40,000 per household, with an increase of 1% annually between now and 2029 for taxpayers earning less than $500,000 a year before it will permanently revert to a $10,000 cap in 2030. And finally, it does include several of the president's campaign promises to exempt tipped income and overtime wages for workers through 2028, with some important restrictions on the amount of income. Only $25,000 worth of qualified tips can be excluded. So with that, happy to take any questions you have about the status of your earmark requests, ongoing implementation of executive orders, or this new budget reconciliation measure that was just enacted into law. Thank you all so much for your time tonight and for your willingness to navigate these very uncertain times back here in Washington, D.C. together.
Thank you. Any questions? Eric, do you have additional update information?
Yes.
Okay.
Before I introduce Luke and Jim, I just want to briefly go over the state capital budget request. So last year, staff, we worked with you all on the priorities for the projects that we would be submitting.
Excuse me.
Oh,
is Jen still available?
I believe so. Jen, are you still on?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind just hanging tight a little bit here, just so that in case a question does arise, you're available? Is that okay? Or actually,
Sure.
are you in D.C. right now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, actually, it's time for you to go to bed. So that's fine. Deputy Mayor King, I believe, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jen, I just want to say thank you for all of your help and regarding the 2 requests that we proposed to our congressional representatives back there, and going back there twice this year is a very long flight, but it was definitely worth it. I went back there once with Councilmember Johnson and another time with Councilmember Adler, advocating for both of these requests, and we appreciate your help and guidance in all of this, and good to see one get past one hurdle, and another one unfortunately got diverted a little bit, but we'll be back, and appreciate your help again and guidance through all of this. Thank you.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to say thanks, Jen, for kind of your politically neutral statement of perspective, looking at the dynamics in D.C. and how that could or could not affect local jurisdictions, specifically Puyallup. Politics is a personal thing often for most people, most all of us, and so sometimes emotions can take front and center. I do appreciate your approach from an analytical standpoint of just fact-finding, stating facts, and stating potential outcomes so that we can make good decisions based off of what is likely perhaps going to be in front of us. So you were refreshing for me, a refreshing perspective, looking at potential from an analytical standpoint and non kind of political leanings, just stating what you're hearing, what you're seeing, what possibilities could be, so that we can make good, sound decisions and not get sucked into the emotions which we all have, including myself. So thank you, Jen.
Okay, with that, if there's no further questions, Jen, thank you.
Thank you all so much for your time tonight, and again for your willingness to engage at the federal level.
You're welcome. So with that, let's move on. Eric, proceed.
Yeah, so just wanted to give you all an update on our state capital budget request. So last year, staff worked with you all on determining which projects we would like to submit through the capital budget for 2025, and you all told us that your number one priority project was the Meeker Improvement Project. We took the word festival out, so the Meeker Improvement Project, which you all know is the Meeker Festival Street Project here colloquially. It's East Meeker from 3rd Street to Meridian will be upgraded to a curveless street that can be that is pedestrian oriented and can be hosted for events, festivals, and gatherings. We were successfully awarded $901,000 in capital budget funds to be used for the construction of that street. The project is very close to fully funded. We are currently in the final design engineering. We recently hired a consultant to take us through that phase of the project to get those construction bid ready documents ready. And construction is estimated to start in early 2027, and we are estimating to have it complete in August 2027, and that is on track with the Cornforth Campbell development with Palindrome. And then the second request that you all asked us to make was for the 4th Street Northwest Stormwater Project, the next phase, which is phase N1B, I believe. So installation of the new large diameter stormwater main along 4th Street Northwest, which would connect downtown with the Puyallup River. We were successfully awarded $773,000 in capital budget funds for construction of phase N1B, which takes it from going south on 4th Street Northwest from 7th Avenue to approximately Stewart. And that is, I believe, estimated to go to construction in 2026. And so once completed, the storm main will upgrade our infrastructure, reduce flooding risk, and set the stage for additional development downtown. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Luke and Jim to come up and provide us with an update from the state.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jim Hedrick. This is Luke Esser. I hope you can tell us apart by now. We are your state government relations team, and we're very happy that we are here tonight on behalf of the great city of Puyallup. Great night to be in Puyallup. 2025 session, legislative session, just real quick. We're actually closer now to the 2026 session than we are to the start of the 2025 session. This is one that I'm going to remember for a while, fraught with ideological differences, divisions, not even of a partisan nature, but inter-party fighting. We obviously had a new governor for the first time in 12 years. The other kind of process thing is that we had more than 30 legislators in new spots. That's House members either going to the Senate or actually new House members. So that's 30 new legislators in new jobs. 5 new House chairs, 7 new Senate policy chairs. Half that would be a lot for any 1 year. 5, and especially 7 new committee chairs in the Senate. That is a lot. So, and a new Senate Majority Leader, Senator Jamie Peterson from Seattle, taking over for Senator Billig from Spokane. A lot of personal things happening in the legislature this year. We lost House Speaker Frank Chop, tragically. Senator Ramos, shockingly, we lost him in the last week of session. And there's some other family tragedies that happened, as I'm sure you're well aware of. The 2025 session, just from it's 15 weeks. The 2026 session is about half that's going to be 60 days. They passed 1,900 bills, about 420 passed. That is about par for the course. The governor only vetoed 1. We're going to say that, but Senator Ferguson in his first year very sparing with his veto pen, 9 partial vetoes, and you'll be reading in the paper very soon, or we can get you a list. There's July 27th is kind of the default date for when bills passed in sessions are going to become law. So, having said all of this, they got a lot done. They got rent control done. They got a lot of housing bills, a public safety bill that we're going to talk about that some of you may not be too crazy about. And overshadowing all of this was the largest budget shortfall I've seen in 35 years, a $10 to $16 billion budget shortfall, depending on who you talk to. I want to talk about that budget a little bit. The budget that they just passed for the 25-27 biennium is $77.9 billion. That does represent an 8.2% increase over the 23-25 budget. However, I would dog you to find anybody, Republican or Democrat, this is a bare bones budget. I'm about to go through some more things, but I mean, nobody is saying that this was a fat budget with a lot of pork in it. This is largely a bare bones budget. The session began with a shortfall of $10 to $16 billion. That's over 4 years. The new 25-27 budget includes $6 billion in cuts and $9 billion in new revenue. I'm going to go over that in just a minute. It does fully fund the state employees' collective bargaining units. You might have the collective bargaining agreements. You might have heard a lot of discussion about that. Governor proposed some furloughs. They did not do any state furloughs in the end. They were going to take a day each month for state employees. That did not happen. We're going to talk about what's going to happen in the future, but I can tell you that Medicaid cuts, and I'm thinking of Good Sam up here on the hill, we're going to talk about Medicaid cuts coming down from the federal government in a little more detail here in a moment. New revenue, I just want to talk about this real quick. I talked about the $9 billion in new revenue. B&O tax increases on manufacturing and retailing. Services goes all the way up from 1.5 to 2.1%. There is new retail sales taxes on many services. That's especially in the tech sector. That was kind of the trade-off they did. If you recall, the governor came in and kind of took the wealth tax off the table. Tech community said that they didn't really want to pay that for their employees or their folks. So a lot of those sales tax on services were in the tech sector. They did do cigarettes. They did do nicotine products, vaping, those types of things. Capital gains tax, an additional 2.9% on that. So that's up to 9.9%. That's anything exceeding $1 million. The repeal of several B&O tax preferences and the Tesla tax. We're especially acute to this. This is on all electric vehicles. Cars cost less in Puyallup, so I've heard. So you want to be careful about watching. We call it the Tesla tax, but it's on all non-emitting vehicles, all electric vehicles. Price of liquor is going to go up real quick. As much as 50% increase on liquor licenses, permits, and endorsements. What they did not do, and this has been a priority for AWC for when I looked young, they did not do the property tax levy lid increase. There was an increase, both the House and the Senate proposed a property tax levy lid from the 1% up to 3%, sometimes with inflation, sometimes with the population growth. That did not happen. Editorial comment. If they didn't do it this year, I don't see the legislature ever doing anything on the levy lid. I'm not saying, I'm just a comment. State revenue forecast and some of the things that are going on with the federal government. We just had a revenue forecast 2 weeks ago, the June revenue forecast. There'll be another one in September. There'll be another one in December. So we've got 2 more to go. A lot of uncertainty in the economy right now. U.S. tariffs, or the retaliation thereof, or whatever the policy is tomorrow, today, or yesterday, that continues to be causing uncertainty, obviously, in our economy. Continued inflation, slower reduction in interest rates, federal reductions in spending. And I just brought up Good Sam, and I did get this from Healthcare Authority, briefed the committee today. They are projecting between 200,000 and 320,000 Washingtonians will lose their Medicaid coverage due to the Medicaid cuts that are coming down from the federal level. I don't know what that means for money. Eventually, I can probably tell you what that means for area hospitals, but not tonight. I will be with the Washington State Hospital Association later this week. The revenue forecast was up $70 million in the biennium that we just ended, 23-25. That's significant because there was talk about having to go into a special session to address the budget again. That will not happen. Now that we're in the 25-27 session, that was down $446 million. In the next biennium, 27-29, it's down $638 million. So even though we just left them in April with a new budget, the legislature, as we are sitting here tonight, is $1 billion out of bed already going into January over the 4 years. And we've got 2 more revenues quarterly forecasts to go. I haven't talked to any economist of any stripe who thinks that anything's going to get much better. So just bear that in mind. They're probably looking at some kind of budget shortfall when they go back in January 2026. There's about $320 million in what I call unrestricted reserves. The governor's vetoes did give them about $25 million more of a cushion, not much, but that does help stave off that special session that we talked about, and then $70 million in that forecast. With that, I will take a little bright breather and turn it over to Luke, who will bring up the uplifting part of our program.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Luke Esser. I want to hit on a couple of the most prominent issue areas that the legislature discussed this year, public safety and housing respectively, and then touch on transportation as well before we open ourselves up to any questions that you all might have. Public safety funding was a a big topic of discussion from the very start of the session. In fact, on the third day of the session, in his State of the Union address, new Governor Bob Ferguson reiterated his statement that he was not going to sign a budget that did not include $100 million in grant funding for new law enforcement officers. And there were several different bills that were introduced on that topic. The one that ultimately passed was House Bill 2015, which has two prongs which are of interest to local governments. The first prong is that there is a local law enforcement grant program that the state will be conducting, and the budget that Jim mentioned did include $100 million in funding for that local law enforcement grant program. The second prong is another local option sales tax that was provided to local governments, and it's worth noting that there are already existing public safety and criminal justice local option sales taxes. This is another 0.1% sales tax option for both cities and counties. It started off with a strong focus on law enforcement officers, and while law enforcement officers remain eligible for both of the prongs I mentioned, the state grant program and the local option that cities are provided with for sales taxes, the bills ultimately allowed those funds to be spent far beyond law enforcement officers on items like behavioral health personnel working in co-response and broader law enforcement and public safety efforts. So there's a lot of flexibilities for local governments in terms of both funds they obtain via the local law enforcement grants and the funds they may utilize if they adopt the 0.1% local option. There is a little bit of connection between the two in that to impose the new local option sales tax, a city must qualify for the grants. They don't have to receive one, and it will be competitive, so not every local jurisdiction that applies will receive them, but they must qualify for them. And eligibility is predicated on a city police force adopting a number of policies and staffing plans that I'm sure Chief Engel is becoming very familiar with in the weeks and months since the legislative session. It's also worth noting that for the local option sales tax, for the next 3 years until June 30th, 2028, a city may only impose that with a councilmanic vote, and after that point, it may only be imposed with voter approval. It was never made clear to me why that distinction was made, but nonetheless, that is the law that was adopted. The 2028 is also an important date because that's when the law enforcement grant program is expected to end on June 30th of that year. So the grant program from the state is time limited. There's only a guarantee it'll be there for 3 years. There is no limit on the duration of the local option sales tax for public safety funding. The next major issue area we want to talk about, there was, as usual, housing was a big topic of discussion in the legislature, and there were a number of bills dealing with housing, and I'll just touch on a few of them since there are so many of relevance. 5148 was a bill that is regarding compliance reviews for housing elements and development regulations, and it allows cities to voluntarily present to the State Department of Commerce development regulations or housing elements for review for compliance with state laws. Commerce also every year can audit or review 10 jurisdictions, cities or counties of their choosing to see if they comply with state laws and regulations. Initially, the bill would have required every single city and county housing element and development regulation to be reviewed by Commerce. Ultimately, the state chose to go with a version that was based more on voluntary submittal with this audit component, with the Commerce able to review 10 jurisdictions of their choosing every year. House Bill 5184 preempts local parking minimums throughout the state of Washington, except for cities under 30,000. So, of course, it does apply to the city of Puyallup. And going forward, no city may require more parking spaces than 1.5, a half parking space per residential multifamily dwelling unit, 1 parking space per single-family home, and 2 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of commercial space. And there is a little bit more flexibility. This bill has been around for a few years. In previous version, there was a perfect circle drawn around transit stations like the Puyallup transit station. Now there's more flexibility for local governments. They don't have to have as long as the total amount of housing created would be the same, they can change from a perfect circle to make it work for the different geographies of the local city or county involved. The third major housing bill I want to talk about at the beginning, transit-oriented development, and obviously with the Puyallup Sound Transit Station, it'll be relevant for the city of Puyallup. There are minimum densities based on floor area ratios, and I know I'm really getting out over my skis when I'm talking about floor area ratios, but just to be aware that this new legislation, House Bill 1491, requires that all jurisdictions with rail stations have a certain amount of FAR, floor area ratio requirements, to be allowed within a half mile of those rail stations. There were some prominent housing-related bills that did not pass in the legislature that are almost certain to be back that we wanted to make sure to bring to your attention. You may recall the issue from the Martin v. Boise case a few years ago, Ninth Circuit decision, which held that city and county camping ordinances could not be enforced unless there was adequate shelter space for all unsheltered people in the city. Last year, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned that decision in its City of Grants Pass versus Johnson case. There was an effort by some legislators to take the previous Boise decision and codify it into state law in House Bill 1380. That was not successful, but as I mentioned, we're sure that'll be back. And also a bill regarding step housing, supportive housing, transitional housing, indoor and emergency housing and indoor emergency shelter, otherwise known as step housing. There was a bill that would have prohibited a local government from adopting any regulation that prohibited those types of housing in any residential or commercial zone, and that was not adopted by the legislature, but is almost certain to be back. And finally, in terms of housing, I'll mention a couple of items that relate to the private sector. Jim had already mentioned that rent control / rent stabilization, it usually depends on whether you favored that legislation or not, what terminology one used, was adopted with a yearly rent increase of 7% up plus inflation up to a maximum of 10%. And there was, and I know in several previous years, this council has been very interested in the state doing more to promote condominium construction, and there was legislation adopted this year that tries to get a handle on the insurance costs, which are fairly high in our state because we have a strong implied warranty of quality for condominiums, and there was some legislation adopted that allows builders to provide an express warranty that is different than the implied warranties currently configured under state law, that it's hopeful will help to bring some of those costs down. And finally, the final area I want to touch on is related to the transportation budget. It was not in as severe a stress and as bad a shape as the operating budget was, the general fund budget at the start of the year for the state, but it did have a budget deficit of about $1 billion. And as a result, part of the package that the state legislature adopted to make up that gap, they did adopt a 6-cent gas tax increase. They did not go down the road of a road usage charge, also known as a vehicle miles traveled charge, which proved more controversial, and so they went with the old reliable state funding source of a gas tax increase plus some other lesser taxes and fees. One interesting wrinkle there is, for the first time in state history, they've added an inflationary factor, so that going forward, the gas tax will increase by 2% every year without an additional vote of the legislature. So their gas tax revenues will be increasing on a going forward basis. The major transportation project, which we have followed for several years here in the city of Puyallup, is the Gateway project, and I'm pleased to report that remains fully funded and on schedule. That's a project that in total has been appropriated $2.8 billion, and by the midpoint of 2029, all but $89 million of that should be spent. The one issue we've been keeping a close eye on is the tolling component of that, and there were proposals to increase the amount of toll revenue from that corridor by 86%. Ultimately, that was rejected. What the legislature finally adopted was an 18% increase in projected toll revenues to support the Gateway project, so much less than the Senate had initially proposed. As Jim has mentioned, we're now less than 6 months until the legislature meets again, and that might be depressing or inspirational, depending on your perspective. But with that, happy to address any questions you might have.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move on to 7B, which is an informational presentation by the Puyallup School District regarding the Puyallup High School road closure project. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Okay, good evening, Mayor Castema and members of the Puyallup City Council. My name is Dr. Vincent Pecchia, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent of Operations and School Support for the Puyallup School District. I'm here this evening to provide an update regarding the temporary closure of a section of 7th Street Northwest located between Puyallup High School's gymnasium and the cluster of approximately 15 portable classrooms situated across the street. This temporary measure, implemented in late December 2024, was taken to prioritize student pedestrian safety and reduce the risk of vehicle-related incidents. To assess the impact of this closure, the district engaged a traffic engineering consultant who collected data both before and during the closure period. Tonight, we will present the findings of the traffic engineering report and share insights into the effectiveness of this safety initiative. And that should not have advanced. So this evening, I'm joined by two key partners in this effort, Mr. Brian Devereaux, Director of Facilities Planning for the Puyallup School District, and Ms. Marnie Heffron, Principal Transportation Engineer. Before I turn the presentation over to them, I'd like to take a moment to share a few important facts about Puyallup High School to help provide context for this discussion. So, Puyallup High School was founded in 1890, and it's the district's smallest comprehensive high school campus at just 15 acres. Its permanent building capacity is 1,262 students, and with 19 portable classrooms, it can accommodate up to 1,735 students. Enrollment has steadily increased, with 1,623 students in October 2023, 1,730 students in October 2024, and 1,691 students as of February 2025. This is excluding full-time running start students. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Brian Devereaux, who's right here, and he will continue the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Pecchia. The Puyallup High School campus has resided at its current location at 105 7th Street Southwest in downtown Puyallup for more than 100 years. And how are you advancing this? Arrows. Okay, thank you. Over the years, additional property has been acquired by the district, adding to the overall campus. As you can see from the map, the campus includes property from multiple blocks divided by public roads. In the late 90s, a section of West Main between 6th and 7th Street was vacated by the city following a petition by the school district. This former road area now provides a safe travel between the school's main building and the gym and pool buildings to the north. In fall 2023, the district applied for a conditional use permit to demolish the school's library science art building that had closed earlier that summer. To mitigate some of the lost building space, the CUP also included the addition of 6 portable classrooms located west of the gym building, close to the 9 existing portables on the block. Even with the additional portable classrooms, the overall project resulted in a net decrease in total school capacity. The next slide shows the location of the new classroom buildings. Due to safety concerns related to the high number of pedestrian trips crossing the road before and after school and during passing periods throughout the school day, a temporary road closure was also included as part of the CUP. The temporary road closure is addressed in the CUP approval under Condition 2 of the report. The intent of the one-year pilot period is to essentially allow the city to determine a permanent road closure and whether that can be supported. If the city ultimately does not support a permanent road closure, the district will need to revisit the pedestrian safety facilities along West Main and 7th Street Northwest. There are two primary factors why the district feels a road closure is needed. First, to enhance the student safety and reduce the risk of accidents as a result of increased pedestrian traffic between the main campus and the portable classrooms. And number two, to provide a more cohesive, secure campus, similar to what was accomplished in the late 90s with the West Main Street vacation. I'm now going to hand it over to the district's transportation consultant, Marnie Heffron, with Heffron Transportation.
Good evening, although I'm not sure it's really evening anymore. My name is Marnie Heffron. I am the founder and principal transportation engineer at Heffron Transportation, and I have been doing work in the transportation engineering, transportation planning, and strategic areas for nearly 4 decades. I've actually been working on projects here at Puyallup School District and at this high school for almost 20 years. So we were brought in to help do some planning for the school, and as part of that, we got engaged in this portable project. What I want to start, I'm going to present a lot of data for you today, and in fact, I believe there's a memo with my name at the top of it in your package. But before we get there, I wanted to start with this video. We actually had this video performed so that we could plan how we might want to organize students crossing between the main school and the portable classroom. And when this video hit my desk, it's like, I can't, we should close this street. And so that's how we got into the discussion about closing the street. So I wanted you to see what I saw that made me react in that way. Do I have to do something here, or can somebody help? Oh, you got me. Thank you. So this was taken on January 24th, 2024, during the after-school pickup time. We had similar videos that are posted online for the morning drop-off period as well as the interclass period. This is chaos. I work on a lot of safety enhancement projects. We have students who are crossing between cars across the street. We have people making parallel parking maneuvers, so they're backing into spaces that students might be oblivious to, as I have children of my own. We have cars that illegally park in this zone that make it all that much more complex. And so we at that point started to talk about, could we do a pilot closure? So what I want to talk to you about is both the data we collected before and then the data that we collected after, to show not only what if you've been out there now that the street is closed, it's clearly a much calmer environment. The children can walk across the street. You could lay down in the street. What we needed to find out is, did we then cause any adverse impacts anywhere? So that's really the basis of our study. So the street was closed on December 23rd with temporary barriers and gates, and I'll show you a picture of those. We had a whole, almost a year's worth of data that was taken before the street was closed, most of it collected in January of 2024. But then we worked with the city, and we actually then picked up some additional intersections in December 2024. We actually pushed that as far as we could to make sure that the sewer project on 4th was done, so that wasn't contributing to kind of mess up our data. And then after the street was closed, we went back and we gave people a month to settle into their travel patterns, and we went and collected a whole new tranche of data. We have traffic volume data, we have some multi-day, 7-day count by hour. We had parking data before and after, and so we have a compare and contrast. And then ultimately, as Brian showed you in the condition, we need to then determine, should this pilot condition continue? Should we make the closure permanent? This is a map that was actually put in student packages and parent information packages and then also sent out to neighbors before the closure was effected. I do want to note that the red on this is the closed street. When we did a lot of our initial work and initial analysis trying to estimate what would happen when we closed the street, we had looked at a closure that would go all the way north to 3rd Avenue and close the whole section. So we actually then truncated that back, which did have some benefits to allow cars to circulate closer to the campus. The other thing that we did as part of this closure is that we established and expanded some of the drop-off pickup zones for parents to replace the space that was lost on 7th. And then you'll see in a little bit, the city also went out and put in some more parking restrictions to protect the neighborhood with some residential parking zones. There used to be a bus loading zone up on 3rd that wasn't used very often, and we did a trial period of that becoming a parent drop-off, and I'll show you later. That may be one that we pull back and give it back over to parking because it was not well used. Here's what we have temporarily out there. Clearly, if this is made permanent, we would have much nicer improvements than concrete block and gates. These are lockable gates. They do allow emergency vehicles access to the street and the school if they need it. Maintenance can also get through that gate. The picture on the left is the barrier that's on the north end of our closure, right there at 7th and 2nd Avenue, and the picture on the right is the closure on West Main. So I'm going to go through some data, but I wanted to give you a preview first. I believe that this closure has been a very good thing for student safety. It has really improved the street. It has improved the campus environment. We have completely eliminated the potential that students could get into a conflict with vehicles. We did divert some traffic to other streets. It's a small amount of traffic. We think that we can, that it's manageable. There may be, if we go through for a formal, we need to look at some safety enhancements, and if there's any traffic control changes, which we will do. And then what we also found is that there's a sprinkling of some parking impacts, but we also encouraged a lot of students to go back and park on campus, which was a good thing. Here's a series of charts. If you look in my package, I think it's on page 5 and 6. There's a whole page of before and after charts. The time is along the horizontal axis, and the vertical axis is all done so every street we looked at has the same scale, so you can also see an order of magnitude, which is why this particular set of charts for 2nd Avenue has 1,000 vehicle per hour scale, is because we put it in line with what was happening on 5th Avenue. On the left is what was happening before the closure, and on the right is what was after closure. And the two blue stripes are basically when our peak school times are. So this is one of our streets where we did have the biggest effect of traffic diverting to this street. This includes both people who might have been driving through the neighborhood. They're not school related, but it probably also includes some parents who now used to come down and they would go through and all the way through and do a longer loop, and now they're truncating and they end up on 2nd Avenue as part of their school trip. We did have, I do want to point out, in the evening, in the after condition, we had an evening school event, and that wasn't in the pre-closure period, so that's a little bit of an apples and oranges comparison. Similar chart for 8th Street, which is our other street where we saw the largest increase in traffic. Again, we have that after evening event from the school in the after condition. But we're talking about increases of somewhere to 100 or 200 vehicles on an hourly basis. Relatively low volume in my parlance. It's about 3 vehicles per minute. Again, not insignificant. I don't want to downplay that those residents are having more traffic, but it did not create any extreme congestion at any of the intersections where you might hit Pioneer, where you have to turn on to Pioneer with more traffic. We did what we call level of service analysis, traffic operations analysis, where we rate how the intersections perform, just like in school. It's a grade from A to F, where anything above a D is passing. What we found were very, very minor changes in how an intersection operates. They are all still at a passing grade. We did see one huge benefit. In the pre-closure condition, we had a lot of congestion at 7th Street trying to turn onto and off of Pioneer, and that is actually improved with the street closure. As part of our work, we had 7-day counts that not only were counting volumes, but they capture speed on those streets. And on those 2 streets where we had the biggest increases, we were still showing speeds all day long, all week long, in fact, where the 85th percentile speeds were in the 20 miles an hour range, below what the posted speed limit is. This are side-by-side maps of parking restrictions. Again, there are big versions of this in the report that you have in your hand. So you'll see that this is what we call the curb use restrictions. What is the street signed for, whether it's a loading zone. This showed you on the right, you can see all those blue lines in the neighborhood to the northeast of the school where the city went and signed for a residential parking permit program and expanded that program. You can also see where we added the load zones along 7th in front of the old main school building, as well as on Main Street and up on 3rd Avenue. And then this is a chart that shows the net change in where vehicles were parked. We actually looked at a lot of different time periods. This would be the time period that's the peak for when school activity occurs. And the red is basically indicating a place where we saw an increase in the number of vehicles parked. And so you see the reduction in parking on our closed section of 7th. Much of that just slid a little bit further north on that street. We had a big increase in the use of the student parking lots. And I do want to note that between our pre-closure and our post-closure, we had a pretty big increase in the number of students enrolled at the school with a really big sophomore class. And by the time we took the post-closure in February, those counts, many of those sophomores could have been driving. So it could have been in contributing to this increase that's completely unrelated to the closure. So as Brian is going to present here in a minute, based on what we have seen in our reports, the benefits the school district will be pursuing to make this permanent, but it doesn't mean we'll just leave everything the way it is. Certainly, we know we need to make physical hardscape improvements to make this not concrete block and gates at the end of each street. So there will be some physical improvements and some curbing that we work with the city to get approved. We would probably look to adjust some of the curb use, the parking restrictions. We don't think that loading zone that's on 3rd Avenue is being well used, so we might want to slide it onto 7th and reopen some of that for actual student parking. We want to continue to have the school put in policies that would encourage more students to use off-site parking, how they get their permits, how much those permits cost, how many they even allocate to make sure we maximize those off-street parking lots, and then continue to educate families about what we preferred their behavior when they're dropping off. You know, don't double park when you're dropping them off. Don't drop off on the south side of Pioneer. Those sorts of do's and don'ts that we provide for a lot of schools to make sure that we get those behaviors right.
I have a question. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to wait until the presentation is done, and I do have some questions that I'll hold until they're completed.
Okay, excellent.
All right. Well, this we just have a couple more slides here, and essentially what these bullet points are highlighting the fact that the district, after observing and doing this traffic analysis, which started with pre-closing conditions, and then taking careful examination of the post-closing condition, is that we would like to push forward with proposing submitting a street vacation petition to the city. So I'll be going through that here in the next slide. But essentially that we found that the safety and operating benefits of the street closure were greatly enhanced the campus of Puyallup High School. And I say that as someone who has a wife and 2 boys on campus every day. It makes me feel better knowing that they have that ability to cross without any traffic there. And this slide really just kind of spells out our understanding of what the street vacation process could look like. Obviously, there's an application that the district would submit to the city that would start this process. But importantly, I want to highlight the fact that about a year ago next month, we started this process with the community by holding a couple of community meetings at Puyallup High School. And it's important that we have an opportunity to re-engage in, even though our community is obviously more than welcome to participate in council meetings. We want to be back on the school and be able to share this information and answer any questions. So that we have tentatively target for late August, and we would have that date solidified here in the next couple of weeks if that moves forward. And then really you've got the final pieces to that, which is, again, what's important to highlight here is this is not a final. We're still in conversations with city staff of what permanent closure would need to look like, and if there's any additional information that needs to be collected and considered before this were to be brought to council. So I just want to again highlight the fact that we're very much partners with city staff in trying to make sure that we're checking all those boxes and answering those questions. We think that given the timeline and the public hearing process that's included with this, that best case is that any physical improvements, if the council were to approve a permanent closure, would probably happen sometime in 2026. So with that, that really concludes our presentation for tonight, but we do have Marnie Heffron here, who is a source of information. Again, I didn't know it was that long, Marnie, that you had been working. That precedes my time. But for those in the audience that want to follow just general progress of all the capital projects here in Puyallup School District, again, we did pass a capital levy in 2024 that raises $175 million to be able to do projects within the district. And if you're driven by Fruitland Elementary, for example, you're seeing some of that work happening right now to expand that parking lot. So that's a good source of information as well. But with that, I'm going to turn the time over, Mayor, with any questions or comments.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some questions. So refresh my memory, the street that was vacated many decades ago, what street is that commonly referred to?
That's West Main, between West 6th and 7th.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, so you're asking, and we'll be going through a process for permanent closure. Will that street still be used for temporary drop-off during games or events, or when you say permanent closure means no cars are going through there 24/7?
That's a good question. I can tell you that we've had requests from our own staff that they could access it for those types of after-school activities, but right now our planning is that it would be closed only for maintenance and obviously for city, because there's still going to be easements related to utilities in the road and those types of things. So there'll still be access, but we're planning to keep it at this point pretty minimal.
So first of all, I'm not really supportive of the project initially, but I see the value in it, so I'm very open-minded. But I can tell you there are a couple of contingencies that if I see in there, I'm going to be opposing it. One is, if we're going to close it, go through the process and close it. Don't just close it for the general public and then open it up on game day and because it creates confusion. So either you close it or you don't close it. I think that's the thing I would like to see. So firm closing, I'm all for it. If you want to do your your battery operated trucks to go in and do maintenance, fine, but let's not open it up for events and people dropping off there because it defeats the whole purpose of usage for that road. So that would be number one. The second thing is I would be reluctant to support this if the permanent closure looks like the West Main closure. You stick a couple of barricades in front, it looks like hell. You still look like a street, you got to drop off. If you're going to do it, let's make it a campus that's continuous. Right now it looks like a street, you can twist your ankle, it looks corny. So if we're going to do it, I would want a plan that says, okay, we're now closing the street, we're going to vacate it. Now it's going to look like a plaza, not some road we got some cement barricades in there. It just looks hokey. So if there's a plan for that, again, I'd be very supportive. But the West Main or whatever is not a great example of what happened there. In fact, I would say contingency, if you're going to do some work on that one, include the West Main and make that whole thing a plaza. Don't just do that one and leave that West Main. Let's tie that together and make this like a nice campus. With those contingencies, I see the wisdom, I see the value. I'd be a big cheerleader of that. But short of those two things, there's no way. Either we do it all the way or we don't do it at all. So that's my thoughts on that. And I support it with those, I think, reasonable contingencies that make sense and good for the campus. I also see the public safety aspect of it. I see the growth potential for that. Everything about it makes sense. And so with those small contingencies, but important contingencies, I think it would be well for the campus, well for the students, and well for the aesthetics in the neighborhood to have those things in place. So with that, you would have my support, and I hope that those things are taken into consideration and presented to us when that time comes. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Deputy Mayor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at that video that was played earlier, that reminded me a lot like when I was in high school, but 30 years ago. In 1996, actually, I remember that being just as busy. So my question is, why now? Why 30 years later?
Well, that's a great question. I think that Marnie touched on it in the fact that we had asked Heffron to be part of a master planning exercise. I think the council's aware that we ran a bond that had some improvements to Puyallup High School proposed in February and April. Leading up to that, we were looking at, again, what could be included and what were some longer range improvements that maybe even out of reach for the next bond. And when we engaged Heffron, we saw that video. And even though I've been there numerous times, I haven't necessarily been there at those times. And when you see it from that perspective and with the camera view, you can see just more than what's in front of you, but you can see what's happening down the street. That was a great motivation for us. And I would say that from my perspective, and there were multiple people that were involved in that process, but for me, it was looking at that video, talking about what we wanted Puyallup High School to look like, realizing that, I think the West Main vacation area, I wasn't here in the late 90s, but I imagined that there was an idea that we would improve that with the next bond. But we've had 5 bonds come and go that were unsuccessful that included improvements to Puyallup High School that would have done a lot of work that just haven't passed. So we were just in the bond planning phase, engaged Heffron, and that's why it came up in 2023 and 4.
Talking about the residential parking areas during this closure, do you know how many violations occurred with those students that parked in those areas that were residential areas that they weren't supposed to be parking in?
We don't actually know if they were students. We just know the number of vehicles that were parked. It very well could be that the implementation of the RPZ made people more comfortable leaving their own car out on the street, or there were commuters. A couple of things that I would consider and having a conversation as part of these, if we go into the neighborhood communities, there's a lot of restricted parking zones around high schools in Seattle. And all of those have a 2-hour time limit because they found that 2 things. One, a 4-hour time limit's almost impossible to enforce without camera equipment. You have to go chock their tires and then you come back 4 hours later and the car's gone. It's enough time that a student can park on the street. So when you have a 2-hour limit, it churns a little bit faster and the students will move off those streets, but it still allows enough time for visits and for the residents. So that might be something that, if it is still a problem, that we could make some policy changes to address. But we don't know if those were students that were parking there, because we're not tracking license plates or anything like that. We also don't know if the city was actually enforcing them or needed to enforce it, because I think it's on a complaint basis.
Do we have any records of any incidents on that street of children being injured by vehicles over the past 20, 30 years, or however long you guys have been tracking?
So we don't. We are going to be doing, the city has requested that we do a before and after safety analysis. When we were doing this in January and February, the street hadn't been closed enough to be able to do any post triage, but we can go back in time and look at what was happening before. We do know that there was a collision in early July at one of our intersections, so that may show up
this
in
year?
our safety this year.
Okay.
At 8th and 2nd. So we'll be tracking those things, and things like traffic control and sight lines, and making sure that we do that assessment as well.
I have a few more questions. There's some grass area that's behind the portables there. Has that been discussed as to turning that into an additional parking area?
Yes. Yeah, again, that's been proposed surface parking since 2009.
And that's between 2nd and Main off of 8th there?
Correct.
Yeah. So that is something that you guys are...
Not only that, but we purchased a property just over an acre from Emmanuel Lutheran Church on the west side of 7th Street, right across from the front of the school. And that was to secure parking. We were leasing through a parking agreement where we were using some existing improvement parking, but we didn't have a guarantee that we would have that long term. So when the church looked to sell that, we purchased that and the vacant field that is between the established parking off of 8th Street and the main building on 7th Street. There's a kind of a garden plot, grass area there as well. And we've targeted that for additional parking. Again, all these cost money and would require additional bond levy funding to be able to move forward with.
So that's in between the Lutheran Church and the coffee shop there?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Regarding congestion, just because we've had constituents reach out that are in that area, should the council decide to move forward with this closure, what will the district do to improve pedestrian safety and better accessibility to the residents around that area, such as curb and gutter, additional easier parking accessibility for those residents around that area? Obviously, this is, in their view, is obviously a little bit of an inconvenience for some people over in that area. I guess what will the district do in return to try to help that area, and more specifically?
Yeah, we don't have any concrete answers now, but I think that's what we're going to be working on with city staff moving forward before we bring come before you during a public hearing process with street vacation. But we have not. There isn't a plan to say we're doing this, this, and this. But we still are in that process.
3 more questions. I'm almost done. You talked about permits and permitting for the students and parking in that area. Personally, I think we should figure out a way to not put that expenditure on the students themselves. I think if parking is needed and parking is requested, I think that should probably come from the district as far as a funding tool. So that's my opinion on that. So I would like to discuss more on that if permits are needed. I don't think that burden should be put on the students. They've already paid enough as it is through all of the things. But I know you guys currently, I'm just trying to get through all the stuff for parking and things like that. What is the plan for the current deconstruction of the library area that just occurred or is occurring?
Yeah, so for the time being, it's just going to be a grass area. And our next phase for Puyallup High School is to build a
multi-story classroom building there. And the bond would have included a second and third story on top of the existing building that fronts Pioneer that was fairly recently built in 2008. So it's going to remain a grass area, kind of a vacant area, landscaped area until we have funding to be able to build capacity. As you saw, our capacity, if you take away the portables, it's less than 1,300 students. And Puyallup High School is our largest enrolled high school, yet it's on 15 acres. You compare it to Rogers, which is on 40. Emerald Ridge is on 55. So it's going to be hopefully a temporary grass area until we have funding to build a replacement building there.
Could that temporarily hold cars until that happens?
In theory, yes, it could, but again, you're talking about a lot of expense. Even if you're to do gravel, we're being asked to comply with all stormwater agreements and that stormwater requirements. And Justin Jones is our civil engineer on this project. He could talk more about that, but I think it would be considerable money, and I would question, is that the best place to put it when we know that that's not going to be a permanent home?
And lastly, so you brought up Fruitland. Will that be done this fall?
Yeah, we're working fierce on it, or the contractor is. So
answer is yes. Will it be done this fall?
Brady, you want to come up for that? No, I was kidding. Our plan is to be substantially complete by the beginning of school, but we will be tracking this over the next month and be responding accordingly.
That's like an answer we would give up here.
Say yes.
She said yes. I'll take that. All right. Thank you. I'm done.
Councilmember Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief and provide specific questions to you all in the future over the next few days, given the late hour, and parking is something that, and downtown parking is something I could talk about for hours, and so I'll save everyone here. But I do just have a few quick questions. I am heartened to hear that 7th and Pioneer seems to have improved conditions. I'm very curious and interested in that intersection, particularly because of the bottleneck that it is and the congestion that we have. And so, I had constituents come to me and say, you should consider a 4-way stop there, and all the things. And so I'm going to continue to be interested on how that intersection performs as we get into a new school year. And so I appreciate the focus on that in the study. I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Johnson, related to the beautification, if you will, or the consistency in design throughout the campus. I went to Puyallup High School. I was there from 2004 to 2007 is when I graduated. While I was there, one of my classmates was struck by a vehicle. Deputy Mayor King, the tape that you ran is very, similar to what I also experienced every single day as a student. And so West Main was closed when I was there as well, and I do think that it would be good to have some design consistency, but I recognize, Mr. Devereaux, to your point, that funding is always an issue, and I also recognize that it had been almost 20 years since 2004 to when the most recent biggest bond that had passed, right? So I know that there was a time period where things had been put on hold, and there's a lot to do and a lot to maintain and to enhance. But I do think that, I hope that that is an element that's in discussion. Finally, there's a lot of references to students here. I'm curious if you have interviewed students, if you're engaging with student leaders, what that looks like, and what is the plan in the future to keep them engaged. Puyallup High School has a terrific leadership program and the Viking Renaissance, and so I just hope that that they're remaining engaged. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just want to make a comment. We do have, actually, the Puyallup Viking Vanguard, their journalism students, unsolicited from our Capitol Department, went out and interviewed students, and that's publicly available on their YouTube channel. We actually had a slide for that to share with you today, but it was like a 2 or 3 minute. It was going to add to a long agenda, so we ended up dropping that. But it is available, and we'll make sure that the council members have access to that.
So respectfully, Mr. Devereaux, I'm asking if you all are including students in your surveying and your plans, not the Viking Vanguard, a student-ran newspaper. Do you plan to include students moving forward?
In the design process.
In the design. We could.
You should.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Is that through? We're through? Okay. Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you. So I will be brief. When this temporary closure was proposed, we had significant concerns from the public expressed. And so I would like to I'm a little bit concerned when you say late August. That is, it seems typically late August for your public engagement. People are wrapping up their vacations. They're not so much engaged. They're trying to get their kids to school. So that time frame that has me a little bit concerned. It seems more appropriate that you, when people are back and engaged, that you do your outreach. And so I would love to make sure that there's some robust public engagement on this, because if there is not, then it is going to come back to us and we're back in the cycle. So I really strongly encourage you to think about that timeline and to make sure that we are not, I recognize the need for this, but we do have residents in that area that are going to be impacted. So please make sure that you're engaged there. Thank you.
Okay, looks like that's it. I have just one question that was actually conveyed to me by someone who lives in that area. It's kind of a simple question. They asked, and I don't mean to offend Councilmember Johnson with this question, and that is there an opportunity that this could be open in non-school time of the year? Do you anticipate that? In other words, have it open during the summer for through traffic, and then other time have it closed for the school year itself? Just want to throw that out there.
That question, or a variation of that question, was posed actually early in the engagement process, and so we did take a look at that. We actually conferred with city staff, and we heard that that was not supported by city staff, that if it's going to be closed, it should be closed permanently. And I don't know if, Marnie, if you have a professional opinion on that.
It would also affect the quality of what you could design in there. If it has to be open, it's one thing to provide like a maintenance access that can get through a very slim slot, but once you start having to open it and close it, it will really affect what you can actually do with landscape treatments and other types of features, having to have gates instead of like a single post. So what he says is a traffic safety, and I'm dealing with the aesthetics of the design. So I think.
All right. All right, well, thank you. Then we will hear more from you in the future. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to the city manager's report. I'd like to limit it to 30 minutes if it's possible. City manager?
I'm going to exceed your expectations and say I have nothing. Your next meeting is on August 26th, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's go to, I'm going to start with Councilmember Whitting.
I'm going to pass.
Okay. Councilmember Gilliam.
Thank you, Mayor Castema. For the Puyallup Main Street Association, they continue to serve the main businesses downtown really well. Meeker Days was a huge success. I am a little tired this evening for being the late hour. Some National Nights is coming up. There we go. I got it. And so there's a lot of community connection pieces being put together by PMSA. So super proud of them. Just doing a huge shout out for them. And that'll be my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilliam. Councilmember Dorr.
I will pass. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Adler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will pass.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I gladly will speak a few things. I wanted to, as we kind of conclude the evening and then kind of conclude into the summer, I wanted to thank everyone who was here tonight to exercise their First Amendment right, which is free speech. And whether we as individuals agree or not, we have opportunity in our country to speak freely and openly and transparently in a way that we may disagree or not agree. So I do thank them for that. I also thank them for personally making me stronger. There's three elements, in my opinion, to be a public servant that's, at least from what I consider. You have to have thick skin, because you're going to hear it. You've got to have a hard head to get some breakthroughs, but you have to have a soft heart to not be so callous that you just don't give a damn. And tonight was a good exercise for me to be able to take thick skin and hear people's perspectives in a free speech way. To have determination to move forward with the best wisdom and discernment on decisions and respect the protocol of the council, but not be hardened at people or situations in a callous way. So it was a good exercise for that. And I thank the folks that spoke for that opportunity, at least for me to see and witness that within myself. Also want to bring up, I think a lot of words were spoken tonight, and some are very telling. As I wrote some of the things that were being stated tonight, I disagree with a lot of accusations and implications that were reflected towards a broad group of people or even individuals. I think they're mistaken on some of those things, but again, it's their right to say so. But I think there were some honorable folks that are I think, really provided some of the best character and example of free speech, and even one who was in opposition, Councilmember Ned Whitting. He opposed this, and I might personally disagree with his reasoning, but he was the most, in my opinion, greatest example of explaining, his perspective on the majority of council that supported this, and perhaps some of the reasons why. But I sense no vitriol or political, fuel that was driving it. So I appreciate his perspective on that. I also appreciated the calling out of one resident, David DeGroat. Talk about courage. I think even the majority of us that made this vote after hearing some of the input took some element of courage, perhaps, at least. But I think, Mr. DeGroat had the greatest courage, coming in one person and stating it, and to hear some of the jeers afterwards, to me was very offensive to me. To me, he's a senior citizen elder in our city, and to hear that response was very telling for perhaps a good chunk of the folks who were here, and I just don't appreciate that. But I want to thank him for his courage to speak forwardly. And Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your leadership. You were the point on explaining your views on that, and to hear some of the response. Folks have a right to express that, but you handled yourself well and showed strong courage and analytical perspective on this, and you, I think, maintained an element of self-control and courage to have a determination of how you came to your assessment and why you came to your assessment, even knowing that many of the folks in this room tonight believe differently. Furthermore, I want to discuss something else too. I remember being in a situation many years ago when I first got elected here, but there was something stated here that was interesting, and one person mentioned that they were invited to come and speak here, which probably meant there were some invitations going out to gather groups, which is fine. You can invite and gather groups to come. I'm not saying that's bad, but it was pretty clear there was a coordinated effort, and that's nothing wrong with that. But what I heard over and over again was this is a nonpartisan council. We may have political views personally, but we've tried to maintain a nonpartisan approach when engaging subject matter. Tonight, I heard basically one partisan announcements out of their own mouths of what kind of party they were with. And it was stated several times, the 25th LD Democrats, which again, no problem. But I didn't hear anybody from any opposing side offering a perspective on this. It was one-sided. And it reminded me of an example. I remember many years ago when I was a newly elected council member, there was an initiative to generate a strong mayor approach. And the folks that were behind that were largely one-sided. And I was the deciding vote that threw that out. And part of the reason, in fact, the main reason why I threw it out is because what I saw gathering in the council chambers was an overwhelming partisan movement by the Republican side to jam this thing through. Now, I may find some agreement with some of that party, but for me, I protected the partisan nature of the city council. I wasn't going to, in my opinion, vote that in because I felt it was a insertion of partisan politics into city government. Now, when I did that, I heard about it. There was a few folks that texted me. In fact, as I was cast that deciding vote, I got a text and really given me some, fun opinions. But that was okay. And tonight it was interesting. And again, everyone, free speech, First Amendment right, all that. But I just didn't hear a lot of bipartisan approach that showed any rationale of a reflection of the whole city. And it was, last comment, it was mentioned, and again, I'm just thinking out loud. This is not analytical or data or meant to be quoting me like I'm an AI guy. But there was several mentions that the city voted 52% for Kamala Harris or whatever. But I think they failed to mention for the last 10, 11, 12 years, the 25th district has elected Republicans for the state legislature. Forgot to mention that, right? So I think we're kind of a purple city, and we have some folks that have opinions on both sides, and that's great. That's what makes us so special. We are not, like some cities where it's just solid block. There's some references to Alabama. We could make references about Seattle, all that, right? But I think Puyallup is above that, and we find that we have a pretty balanced approach on elected officials and policies, and we tried to insulate, I think, those things into our city, at least for myself. So those are my comments. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your leadership on this, your articulation. I know it wasn't easy, but you're a seasoned man, and you're a veteran, and you've been down this before. But I appreciate your straight shooting and your articulation, even though there was the majority of stacked folks in the room, disagree with you, which again is their certain right to do, and I would never take that away from them. Those are my reflections, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be quick and brief. Just wanted to also thank everyone that came out and gave their opinion. I appreciate their comments, concerns, and their passion. And with that, just thank you. Thank you for coming out. And I will leave you with this. The Good Guys Car Show is coming this weekend. So get ready, get your sunscreen, and go have some fun down at the Washington State Fairgrounds, which also, if you guys haven't seen the viral video going out with the remake of Do the Puyallup, it is fantastic. So go on social media, and they remade the song. It's fantastic, and I'm glad they're bringing it back. So thank you all, and we'll see you back here in about a month.
Excellent, thank you. That song reminds me that that's how people learn how to say Puyallup as opposed to Puyallup. A lot of people pronounce it wrong. I'm not going to say much other than to wish each of you, we now have 4 weeks to which it's kind of considered the break for the city council, other than us meeting sometimes every week, sometimes every other week at least. But now we have, I believe, 4 weeks. Is that correct? So I wish all of you well, to rest up, hopefully get out into nature, enjoy breath of fresh air, and escape. This is, at times can be a fairly stressful position, and it's good for us to have some time of reflection. So with that, thank you all this evening for all your input. And I, too, of course, want to thank the people who were here. And it's been a while since we've had that many people in the audience, and so that was kind of a good experience. So with that, I wish all of you well. I'll see you in 4 weeks.